Chapter 842. The Vermilion Bird Abyss was extremely large and deep. After diving for several hundred kilometers, they still hadn't reached the bottom. Then, a pair of terrifying eyes lit up in the darkness, illuminating the ancient land like two golden lamps. Following that, two dazzling suns soared up from the pitch-black abyss and approached with extreme speed. The old vermilion bird appeared and flew up into the abyss. It was exceptionally sharp. Even though it was usually in a state of suspended animation and its vitality had dried up, it could still wake up immediately once an outsider approached. At this moment, it was still quite far away from its nest. It possessed terrifying senses. "Little friend Vermilion Bird, it's me who has come to visit." The lame fox sighed. Chu Feng was shocked. The old vermilion bird had lived for who knew how many years, but in the eyes of the fox, he was only a little friend. As expected, his background was great. This was a divine bird that had soundlessly climbed up from the bottom of the abyss. If an enemy had invaded, they would have already been killed by it. Its entire body was filled with lumps of old flesh, and only a few feathers could cover its body. The red feathers on its body had already fallen off a long time ago, and one could see how old it was. "Senior, you've also become old." The old vermilion bird spoke and looked forward. The back half of the fox's body was completely petrified. There was no blood flowing, and its eyes were also turbid. "Yeah, who in this world can avoid death? Even if you're a peerless genius with millions of miles of land, in the end, you'll still become a pile of dirt. Even the great figures of a young realm will reach the end of their lifespans. They're still alive because they usually sleep to reduce the consumption of their bodies. Only then can they live a bit longer." The fox sighed. It already knew that its life was over, especially after being thrown into this world. Chu Feng was silent at the side as he looked at the old vermilion bird. This was the divine bird that had massacred the wastelands and destroyed the winged snake abyss. It was even older than 100 years ago. "Please." In the end, the old vermilion bird spread its wings and made an inviting gesture before flying down. Along the way, they passed by a medicinal field. A fragrance assailed their nostrils and penetrated deep into their bones. There was a vermilion bird divine medicine there that was vivid and lifelike. It could also flap its wings and fly. This was a true divine medicine. This was a great medicine related to the vermilion bird race. It had received the baptism of the blood energy of past generations of vermilion birds and gradually became stronger. It could nourish young vermilion birds and allow them to quickly grow. It was bright red and sparkling, and a strong fragrance assailed the nostrils. Even though it had roots, it looked just like a living divine bird. Its two fiery red leaves were precisely the wings of a vermilion bird. Chu Feng glanced over a few times but didn't dare to look too closely. This was because the old vermilion bird's divine sense was too sharp. He sensed Chu Feng's flickering gaze and turned his head to give him a look of warning. The yellow-furred fox glanced at Chu Feng, as if to say, "Can you be more promising?" "I found it novel, so I took a few glances," Chu Feng said calmly. He didn't feel embarrassed at all. He was obviously coveting her, but he said he was curious. Buzz. Wind whistled past. They quickly reached the bottom of the abyss. There was a depression in the stone wall, and there was a nest built from all types of spiritual herbs and holy wood. This nest was very big, more spacious than ordinary palaces. In particular, the materials were particular. Gold and silk grass and crimson spirit wood were emitting intense energy fluctuations and were very beneficial for nurturing young birds. They were said to be young, but they really weren't young anymore. 100 years had passed, and the little vermilion birds that had just hatched were all brimming with health and vigor. Their bodies were scarlet red, their eyes golden, and their young energy was dense. Each and every one of them was extraordinary. There were even more than Chu Feng imagined. There were a total of 5 little vermilion birds, and they were only the size of a fist. Compared to the past, they had actually shrunk, but their true strength was very terrifying. These little fellows were actually all at the level of golden body perfection, so much so that they were about to break through into the quasi-sage domain. They haven't cultivated any mutant techniques. Moreover, the growth of young divine birds is slow, so they can only reach this level, said the yellow-furred fox. There was one more point that he didn't explain in detail. This world had been corroded by the gray matter, and there was a problem with the great Tao. Therefore, it was very disadvantageous for powerful species like divine birds and divine beasts. Otherwise, they would grow faster than they were now. It's already very impressive. Chu Feng nodded. You don't need to be modest. If you hadn't concentrated on researching domains and focused on the path of evolution, your strength would have been extraordinary during these 100 years, said the yellow-furred fox. Chu Feng was helpless. If he were to break through into the quasi-sage domain, his physical body would definitely be destroyed after he returned. He would be burned to ashes by the sun's soul. The old vermilion bird sized up Chu Feng carefully for the first time because he felt that this person was extraordinary after hearing the yellow-furred fox's evaluation of him. Greetings, senior vermilion bird. I'm called Chu Feng. I come from the foreign realm in your eyes, but it's actually a part of the netherworld universe. Chu Feng was fairly frank and told him directly. Then, he blabbered on and directly explained his purpose of coming. He wanted to ask for a divine medicine. Boundless deity. F***CK. The yellow-furred fox had just drunk a cup of tea here and immediately spat it out. Couldn't this brat be a little more tactful? Now that he had brought someone here to ask for a divine medicine, he was just brushing his old face. Does Senior want to nurture him into the yang realm? Asked the old vermilion bird. At this time, because of a trace of emotional fluctuation, it caused a wisp of its true blood energy to leak out. In a split second, Chu Feng felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The entire void was rumbling and shaking violently. This was a divine-level entity. Now, it had finally revealed its terrifying side. Even though it was already in its later years, and its blood energy had dried up, just a wisp of it leaked out was enough to cause space to collapse and the entire abyss to tremble. This was simply too terrifying. Once it locked onto someone, it could crush them with just a wave of its might. One could imagine that even saints couldn't withstand its might. This was an existence that could swallow the sun and moon with its beak open, a terrifying divine bird that could tear the sky apart with a stretch of its claws. I'm sorry, I'm old and often can't control my strength. The old vermilion bird sighed, with a dim expression in his eyes. It can't be considered nurturing. I'm just playing a game of chess in passing, replied the yellow-furred fox. It could compete with Chu Feng and was fairly direct. This made Chu Feng unhappy. After all this trouble, he had only obtained this kind of treatment. The yellow-furred fox added, You can keep the vermilion bird race's divine medicine for yourself. I don't want it, but if you have some spare, you can give me half a stalk. That's fine. The flying serpent race has a deep foundation. Although this generation's strength is lacking, the accumulation of generations has produced a total of 6 stalks of flying serpent divine medicine. I want to keep 5 for my children, and the remaining 1 can be given away. The old vermilion bird was very generous and directly gave away a stalk of divine medicine. This kind of matter was like a fantasy story to Chu Feng. This was a divine medicine, not a cabbage. Just 1 stalk was enough to seize the fortune of heaven and earth. In the end, he obtained it just like that. Moreover, the divine medicine here was a much higher level than the divine medicine in his cosmos. The medicinal effects were much denser, and the yang energy surged. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. The yellow-furred fox looked at the little vermilion birds. It was very fond of them, but its eyes were also filled with sadness and helplessness. My situation isn't very good. I've already been crippled, and I don't know how many more years I can live. Seeing how outstanding these children are, I really can't help it. After a few years, I'll find an opportunity to see if I can make a move again. I'll strive to send them into the yang realm and free them from this terrifying cage of heaven and earth. The old vermilion bird was instantly overjoyed when it heard this. Its face was full of excitement. Its lifespan was withered, and it couldn't live for much longer. What was most worried about were the little vermilion birds. If it could send them into the yang realm, that kind of grand world that was filled with hope, it would naturally be filled with excitement and joy. In its eyes, that was a land of hope. Many thanks, Senior. It bowed deeply. Chirp, chirp. The little vermilion birds also opened their mouths. Their original curiosity turned into fear and trepidation as they bowed together with their mother. Chi. Not long after, a stalk of divine medicine appeared in the nest. It was entirely blue and lustrous like a standing winged serpent. It was vivid and lifelike, and it was no different from the real thing. It could run and escape. If it wasn't for a hand pressing down on it, it would have escaped. In addition, it had roots that were similarly blue and lustrous. They were full of medicinal fragrance and could drift into one's soul light, practically making one grow wings and ascend. In just this instant, Chu Feng felt that he was going to break through the void with a multicolored light. Divine medicine. Unfortunately, he didn't have a corporeal body. Otherwise, the feeling would be even clearer, and it was even possible that he would be intoxicated by the fragrance here. Specks of blue light enveloped him and made his entire person appear divine. It carried the aura of a deity. This was a divine medicine. In the end, Chu Feng used a stone box to seal it. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to restrain himself and swallow it in one gulp. Senior, I'm willing to protect a little vermilion bird and see if I can bring it into the universe I'm in. If I set foot in the Yang realm one day, I'll definitely bring along. Chu Feng spoke. His words were sincere and incomparably serious. He wanted to bring away a little vermilion bird. He liked this kind of fiery red divine bird. It was as big as a fist, and its wings were bright and resplendent. Its large golden eyes were blinking, and each one was more adorable than the last. The old vermilion bird was stunned and glanced at the yellow-furred fox. The yellow-furred fox nodded and said, "This little thief has some skills. Following him might not necessarily be a path of survival. We could try and let him bring one away." The old vermilion bird immediately agreed when he heard this. Chirp, chirp. The 5 little vermilion birds immediately chirped, and their large eyes were filled with tears. No matter which one they chose, they didn't want to leave. They used their heads to rub against the old vermilion bird, feeling very reluctant to part with him. In the end, the old vermilion bird still left one behind and let it return to accompany Chu Feng on his way. Chirp, chirp. This little vermilion bird's eyes immediately teared up. It cried out mournfully and was full of reluctance to part with him. Even Chu Feng's heart softened, and he somewhat didn't want to take it with him. He felt that he couldn't bear to separate them like this. In order to survive, in order to live on, child, you have to be strong. You need to travel alone. One day, you'll all leave, and I'm about to die. I won't be able to protect you for many more years. The old vermilion bird was also very reluctant. He used his head to rub the little vermilion bird and forced back the hot tears in his eyes. "Nian, this is for you." The old vermilion bird spoke and pointed at the cliff. It was densely covered in characters. "What's this?" Chu Feng revealed a strange expression. Then, he was immediately shocked after he carefully looked at it. This was a breathing technique that he had learned before. The complete version of the thunderous breathing technique. This was the most powerful and top-notch breathing technique in the Yin Realm universe. It was on par with the Dao race's breathing technique and was one of the best. Today, he actually saw the densely packed characters on the cliff. They were very complete. Chapter 843. Chu Feng's eyes were burning hot. He was too excited and delighted. He had been longing for this Buddhist breathing technique for a long time. He had experienced it before and was well aware of its benefits. His bones and organs would tremble, and his blood energy would surge. His entire body would be purified and nourished. It was a boundless benefit for an evolver. The thunderous breathing technique was one of the first techniques Chu Feng had obtained. Back then, the lightning had attacked his body and stimulated his potential, giving him great benefits. Unfortunately, it was only an incomplete technique and could only allow him to cultivate to the shackled realm. There were no more chapters. Now, there was actually a complete version of the thunderous breathing technique here. How could he not be excited? The yellow fox walked forward and said, "Let me see." As expected, this should be a technique from the Yin world. This somewhat dampened Chu Feng's enthusiasm. The thunderous breathing technique represented supreme power. It was ferocious and tyrannical. After activating it, the sound of thunder would be like a waterfall. It was truly incomparably exquisite. The fox broke into laughter. "What are you thinking? Do you really think you can encounter an ultimate breathing technique from the Yang world here?" In the Yang world, the breathing technique of the Buddhist race was known as the ultimate and omnipotent. Ordinary people, after cultivating a portion, would be able to summon the wind and rain and transform beings into soldiers. Not to mention the complete technique. The Buddhist breathing technique was enough to rank among the top few in the Yang world. Its might shook the universe and was everlasting. There was no one in the world who didn't know about it. Don't even think about obtaining the complete Yang world Buddhist breathing technique. Even the great deities are envious of it. They all yearn for it, but can't obtain it. The fox reminded Chu Feng not to think too much. That kind of technique couldn't be obtained even if one relied on fate. Only the core members of the Buddhist race could grasp the complete version. That was because it concerned too much. Some of the Buddhist race's divine arts and various ultimate offensive methods were derived from this breathing technique. Grasping this technique was equivalent to grasping everything. Not to mention you, even my master is envious. He researched for many years and collected many incomplete techniques, but to no avail. That's because the Buddhist breathing technique is too profound and incomparably complex. It's a technique obtained by a supreme expert at the end of their evolution. The fox sighed with boundless regret. It was already very strong and dared to call itself Sky Sovereign. Just how strong was its master? However, even his master's eyes were red, coveting the Buddhist race's breathing technique. He did everything he could to collect it and studied it for many years, but he still failed. What was an ultimate technique? This was it. The charm of this breathing technique could be imagined from the fact that even the supreme powerhouses of the Yang realm were unable to forget it and were obsessed with it. Chu Feng was speechless. He was originally very happy, but this half-petrified fox's chatter really extinguished a lot of his enthusiasm. Even though he knew that the old fox was telling the truth, Chu Feng still sighed and felt that it was a pity. There was no need to think about it to know where this breathing technique had come from. Throughout the ages, people from the underworld universe had entered the land of the fallen, so the Vermilion Bird clan naturally had the opportunity to obtain it. Even though the souls of the disciples of the various sects had restrictions placed on them, preventing them from divulging the highest secrets of their clans, however, the existence in the Vermilion Bird's abyss was a God realm life form. It definitely had a way to unlock the restriction in the Buddhist race's core disciples' soul light. That was because in the underworld universe, the strongest of the Buddhist race was a heaven illuminator, and the Vermilion Bird here had already connected with the gods. He had clearly obtained the thunderous breathing technique, but Chu Feng wasn't excited at all now. He was afraid of comparing everything. This was originally one of the best techniques in the underworld universe, but compared to the Yang realm, it was quite a bit inferior. Don't be dejected. Not to mention you, even my master and some ancient powerhouses who have been sleeping underground for countless years can't obtain the most powerful breathing technique in the Yang realm. They can only look at it with envy. Don't think too much. At this point, the yellow-furred fox looked at the stone carvings carefully and studied them seriously. In the end, it let out a soft cry of surprise and said, "There's something to it. It seems like there was a disciple of the Buddhist race who accidentally entered the underworld back then and brought along the true scriptures of their race's supreme technique. It wasn't just randomly pieced together. It was actually moved when it read to the end." "Senior, what's wrong? Is there something strange?" asked Chu Feng. If he could stay in the underworld universe and grasp the thunderous breathing technique, he would definitely be able to cultivate it to the extreme in the end. The benefits would be boundless. However, ever since he learned about the Yang realm and thought about going there one day, Chu Feng was a bit dissatisfied. He wasn't satisfied with the underworld technique. He couldn't help but look forward to it when he saw the strange expression on the old fox's face. This technique is very powerful. There are very few changes in the early stages, so I can restore it," said the yellow-furred fox. Back then, his master had been jealous of the Buddhist race's breathing technique to a certain extent. He was very obsessed with it and collected countless incomplete techniques in order to piece them together. At that time, the yellow-furred fox had participated in the whole process, so he was extremely familiar with the Buddhist race's ultimate breathing technique. Now, he was doing a comparison and discovered that he could restore a large portion of the technique by combining the ones his master had collected with the one before him. "Don't shout, let me study it." The yellow-furred fox was very serious. Even the old vermilion bird was bewildered and retreated to the side to watch. "I can restore quite a bit. It seems the underworld universe is more valuable than we imagined. Combining it with the incomplete techniques my master collected, there's really a pleasant surprise." The yellow-furred fox said frankly that the technique of the underworld universe was originally full of yang energy, but in order to adapt to the underworld, some changes were made, causing it to be more like a yin technique. However, the old fox could see the veins. Moreover, there were very few changes in the first half, but there were many changes in the later stages. From awakening to shackled, to carefree, to visualization, and finally to saint, I can restore it all. Awakening, shackled, carefree, visualization, cloud eater, transformation, golden body, quasi-saint, and saint. These 9 levels could all be reproduced, reflecting the original appearance of the yang realm breathing technique. These 9 levels were the first part of the Buddhist race's ultimate breathing technique. Chu Feng was immediately energized. This was the first part of the supreme technique of the yang realm. Could he be lucky enough to obtain it? That's right, the first part. The yellow-furred fox's expression was solemn. That's great. Chu Feng was overjoyed. In the end, a yang realm technique was extracted. The yellow-furred fox was certain that it was absolutely the most perfect first part of the Buddhist race's ultimate breathing technique. Chu Feng kept it in mind. This thing was too precious and more important than anything else. I didn't expect that my master's painstaking efforts would come to fruition here, restoring the first part of the Buddhist race's breathing technique. The yellow-furred fox sighed. His master had collected so many, but there were no results. He didn't expect that there would actually be some clues in this land of the fallen. At the same time, the yellow-furred fox warned Chu Feng to be careful once he started cultivating. He could only cultivate in a place without people, or else he would definitely be hunted down by the Buddhist race of the yang realm. Fortunately, there were many incomplete techniques in the world that were related to the great thunderous sound. As long as Chu Feng was careful, there shouldn't be any big problems. As for being brazen, don't even think about it. Even the yellow-furred fox's master didn't dare to act recklessly. Even someone as powerful as him, a powerhouse with a shocking background in the yang realm, didn't dare to forcibly capture a core disciple of the Buddhist race to explore its mysteries. Otherwise, it would be a battle to the death. It was equivalent to declaring war with the Buddhist race, and it wouldn't end until one side was exterminated. One could imagine how important the breathing technique was in the yang realm. Even the powerhouses treated it with caution. It's a pity that little friend has already cultivated to the golden body realm. If you could start all over again, cultivating this Buddhist race breathing technique since you were young would have many benefits. The yellow-furred fox sighed. According to what he said, the Buddhist race's supreme breathing technique was very suitable for the nurturing of children. Using lightning yang qi to cleanse the internal organs, bone marrow, and so on was too wonderful for words. If the Tao race's early stage breathing technique is complemented, and both appear on a child at the same time, then that's really unimaginable. The yellow-furred fox was looking forward to the future. A person who was nurtured like this would definitely have unimaginable achievements in the future. Generally speaking, the descendants of the great clans, the successors of those divine kings, the last disciples of the celestial venerables, and so on will all use all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to carry out nurturing. Only in this way can they awe the world and walk proudly. You're destined to not have that kind of resources, but if the breathing technique is impressive and you cultivate it since you were young, you can make up for a little. I'm only 14 years old and still very young and immature. You see, I can still be salvaged a little. How can I reach the strongest? Chu Feng asked there with a blushing face. Scram, you're already over 100 years old. The yellow-furred fox's face was full of disdain. F***, I forgot. I've been in this world for 100 years, and I've already grown from a graceful and immature handsome youth to the golden age of my youth. How melancholy. Those beautiful, lovable, and memorable times are gone forever. Ah, time slips through the fingers just like that and quietly slips away. Chu Feng had a disappointed and frustrated look on his face. In the end, the yellow-furred fox and the old vermilion bird deeply despised him. At the side, there were a few fist-sized little vermilion birds. Each and every one of them was round and glowing with fiery red light. Their large eyes blinked as they chirped and chirped. They also despised Chu Feng for pretending to be young. Little friend, I advise you that if you have the black talisman paper you speak of, you should go reincarnate and directly reincarnate into the Yang realm. You could start all over again. The yellow-furred fox earnestly persuaded him. Moreover, it clearly stated that Chu Feng wasn't bad, but he was still quite lacking when compared to the true Yang realm geniuses and the celestial venerable's last disciple. Ever since Chu Feng came into being, this was the first time someone thought that he wasn't good enough. He was also a little speechless. Ever since he stepped onto the path of evolution, he swept away all his opponents all the way. He had never been afraid of someone in the same realm as him. However, in the eyes of the yellow-furred fox, this little bit of achievement was simply not enough. The yellow-furred fox bluntly said that an evolver like Chu Feng was still pretty good in a corner of the world, but he wouldn't be able to walk to a slightly larger and flourishing area in the Yang realm. In addition, it emphasized that Chu Feng's soul light had indeed washed away most of the yin qi, but from the perspective of the Yang realm, it still hadn't been completely eliminated. It was still a yin soul. At the same time, it very solemnly informed Chu Feng that even if his soul light had been baptized, his corporeal body was still in the Yang realm. He was still born with too many flaws. Why do I feel like I'm a cripple after hearing you say this? I can't do anything, and I'm inferior to those little bastards in the Yang realm in every aspect? Do you believe that when I go back to the Yang realm, I'll directly eliminate your master's last disciple, cook him, and eat him? Chu Feng was very hurt. He had really been provoked. He felt that there were no problems and that he was invincible. But in the eyes of a character like the yellow-furred fox, he had too many flaws. In particular, the yellow-furred fox emphasized again and again that Chu Feng came from an unorthodox background. He wasn't particular about the process of cultivation, so he missed many important notes. Maybe my demands are too high, and I've always been comparing you with the disciples of those old monsters. That's why you appear to be much inferior. But I haven't even taken the last disciple of a genuine supreme powerhouse to talk about things. The yellow-furred fox shook its head. Chu Feng rolled his eyes at it. He already didn't want to talk to it anymore. What kind of person was looking at him like this? Ever since he made his debut, he had yet to encounter someone who looked down on him like this. As long as there was someone who wasn't convinced, he would sell 90% of them. Why do I feel that you're bent on making me reincarnate? Chu Feng was suspicious. That's because your previous path wasn't good enough. You even made many mistakes and wasted many precious opportunities. In fact, even I feel regret. If I have the chance to start all over again, I will definitely correct the path of the past and not leave a single flaw. The yellow-furred fox seemed to have endless regrets as it sighed. At the same time, there was loneliness and vicissitudes in its eyes. Remember, if the path ahead isn't right, it will have far-reaching effects. One wrong step, and you might not be able to become a god, not to mention a divine king and the celestial venerables. How about this, senior, pass on those experiences and the nodes that I need to pay attention to me? Chu Feng said, there's no harm in giving them to you. If you step on the path of reincarnation, These are all priceless secrets. These experiences and methods can't be exchanged for anything, the yellow-furred fox said solemnly. At the same time, he asked, "Are you sure you want to reincarnate? Since you have talisman papers in your hands, you can't waste them." Chu Feng said, "Pass them to me first. It's still too early to say whether I'll reincarnate into the world of the living. But I have a son, and I will also have a daughter. I can raise them from a young age, and when the time comes, they will become a group of celestial venerables and bring disaster to the world of the living." The yellow-furred fox rolled its eyes and said, "Immeasurable celestial venerables. F*CK. Do you think you could become a person of that level just because you have a son and a daughter? Not to mention you. Even those almighty beings don't dare to say that they will definitely raise their children to that level. They have no choice but to accept disciples and choose the most outstanding among billions of living beings, creatures with great destiny." In any case, Chu Feng had successfully tricked the yellow-furred fox's lineage of methods and experiences into his hands. This could really be called supreme experience. These things were all summarized by the yellow-furred fox's master. They represented the highest standard of cultivating disciples in the world of the living and were rare methods. The more Chu Feng read, the darker his face became. According to the notes of the yellow-furred fox's master, he had missed many important notes. But even if he knew earlier, there was no way to try because he needed to build a foundation in a place with abundant yang energy. "Damn your grandpa," Chu Feng cursed. Chapter 844. If I go back now, can I fight 10 universe-level geniuses? No, I have to fight 100. Chu Feng muttered to himself. His mind became active. With his current methods, his contemporaries on the universe ranking list shouldn't be enough, right? He reckoned that he could fight from number 2 to 100. Moreover, the premise was that those people would pile up, and he would fight them alone. At the thought of this, Chu Feng felt a sense of accomplishment. It seemed that he could also fight unrivaled under the starry skies, right? After thinking about it carefully, Yao Yao back then wasn't more than this. Now, he was finally going to reach this step. His gold account was so lonely and invincible. At long last, it wasn't so dazzling. Later on, he would make it live up to its name. Quasi-Sage 9 Een Sparrow, you old fart, and 100 transformations, Saint Yuan Shinkong. You heavenly knights slaughtered the women and children of ancient earth. You didn't even let the children off. You're notorious. When I return this time, I should be able to settle the score with you personally. When Chu Feng thought of this, there was a flame in his chest. He couldn't wait to kill his way back and settle the score with some people. The most hateful thing was that the Shilin clan and the notorious heavenly knights from back then should be killed. Their hands were stained with blood. However, he thought of Taoist Jin Lin, Buddhist Sun Shi Hong, and the others. He had put these people back with a pair of feet and a butt. Would it be a big problem? In any case, his memory would be erased, so he didn't really care. It was just that he was a bit worried about one thing. He had snatched away Taoist Jin Lin's greatest fortune, the Taoist race's foundation, and a rare metal attribute material. "Senior, help me out. I've integrated a strand of rare material into my soul light. It has some background. I'm afraid that after returning to the original universe, I'll be targeted by people who are jealous." Unsure about internal affairs, he asked the yellow-furred fox. Unsure about external affairs, he still asked the lame fox. Chu Feng was relying on him this time. He directly asked for advice. The yellow-furred fox had long since seen through his nature. His skin was boundlessly thick. "Are you sure that it's others who are jealous of you and not you who stole their rare material?" The yellow-furred fox asked him as if it had already seen through him. They surrounded and hunted me, wanted to put me to death. I naturally had to get rid of them, so I refined this substance into my soul light while I was at it. These words caused the 5 furry little vermilion birds to roll their eyes and look at him with disdain. Then, the yellow-haired fox sucked in a breath of cold air. It was shocked to see that Chu Feng had the so-called metal attribute rare material on him. "It's really not bad." Even the mighty figures of the Yang realm would have to spend a lot of effort to find this thing for their disciples. Although it's a product of the Yang realm, it can also be used in the Yang realm. Of course, it has to be nourished by Yang Qi for a period of time. It's very useful. What had a yellow-haired fox not seen before? With such an evaluation, one could see how extraordinary this heaven and earth rare treasure was. However, Chu Feng was still astonished. This thing could already be considered to be the most extraordinary precious material in the Netherworld universe, and it could only be chanced upon by luck. Even with the resources of the Tao race, they'd only been able to find one. As for the Buddhist race, when they killed Shi Hong the last time, they didn't find any material of the same grade on him at all. It could be seen how rare and precious it was. However, the yellow-haired fox said that the mighty figures of the Yang realm could find it as long as they spent a lot of effort to look for it. As if it saw through his doubts, the yellow-haired fox said, "The Yang realm is very big. It's boundless and boundless. There are some places that even mighty figures can't walk to the end of, and there are some forbidden areas that even the most ancient, ultimate powerhouses haven't entered before. The products are really too abundant, so some rare materials can be found." Of course, it also emphasized that it was very difficult for mighty figures to collect a few of these heaven and earth rare treasures, even in the Yang realm. They needed to spend a lot of effort. Chu Feng was speechless. He really wanted to say, "Mother of Asterisk, if I really enter the Yang realm later, it's best if I can find a mighty figure to become my sworn brother and become my big brother. I don't need to look for anything in the future." However, he also knew that this wasn't realistic at all. He reckoned that the descendants of the mighty figures were all emperor-level figures. If he dared to offend them, he'd be smacked to death and be hunted down by the entire Yang realm. For a moment, Chu Feng was somewhat swayed. He yearned for the Yang realm very much. The yellow-haired fox looked at Chu Feng's heaven and earth rare treasures and studied them for a very long time. In the end, it passed on a kind of technique to Chu Feng. After silently circulating it, it could temporarily make the soul light calm. The heaven and earth rare treasures that fused into it wouldn't manifest due to various stimuli from the outside world. That's enough. Chu Feng was overjoyed. "Senior, be a good person to the end. There's still a gourd here. This thing looks like an innate divine object. I'm afraid that a group of shameless old fellows, such as the Tao races and Buddhist races doyens, will snatch this thing from me when they go to pick people up." Chu Feng swayed the green-skinned gourd in his hand, and the yellow-haired fox couldn't help but take a step back. It already knew what was inside. The gourd's gray substance was too freaking terrifying. Even it didn't want to touch it. The old vermilion bird's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the green-skinned gourd. He could tell at a glance that this was a treasure born from an innate spirit root that was born in the primal chaos. It was too rare and precious, and even a god would be tempted. Using this thing to store the strange gray substance is a reckless waste of natural resources. If it falls into the hands of a god, it can definitely be refined into a great killing weapon. It'll be even more incredible if it falls into the hands of a divine king. The yellow-haired fox sighed. This was like using a top-grade mutton fat jade container to fill a bowl full of muddy water. It was too wasteful and too much of a waste of the container itself. At least, that was how it saw it. However, Chu Feng didn't think so. Right now, this was a great killing weapon that was of great use to him. The gourd is so small, and it's green-skinned. It clearly hasn't matured yet. In addition, it's full of cracks from being crushed by the reincarnation stone millstone. It won't be able to be used more than a few times and will break very quickly, said the yellow-haired fox. It used its hand to rub it and used a secret technique to age it. Then the green-skinned gourd had even more cracks, and it made cracking sounds as if it would break at any moment. Chu Feng was alarmed. If this thing exploded, this place would definitely become the source of disaster. Even if the old vermilion bird was a god, he would still be out of luck. Don't worry, this is just an old and fake gourd. It looks like it's going to break, but it doesn't matter. In fact, it won't affect anything. This is just a secret technique called the fingertip sand. With the vicissitudes of time and the passage of time, Even the most miraculous treasures will eventually flow down like the sand on our fingertips. They will return to being ordinary. Then, the old fox told Chu Feng that after using this secret technique, even if the gourd was opened, the gray mist that came out would look very ordinary. That's even better. As expected of the old pit of the Yang realm. There's no one else who can trick people like this. Chu Feng praised. The yellow-furred fox's face darkened slightly when he heard this. He was doing an old gourd in earnest, so how did it become helping him commit a crime from this brat's mouth? After that, Chu Feng and the others set off to find Yao Yao without any delay. The old vermilion bird followed along with 5 hatchlings. Even though he was only going to send one away, he didn't feel at ease leaving the others in the abyss. At the same time, the old vermilion bird brought along the divine medicine. Before he left, he was going to help the little vermilion bird refine it and fuse it into its body to help it grow. Along the way, the little vermilion bird was on the verge of tears. Its large golden eyes were filled with tears as it wailed incessantly and constantly rubbed its head against its mother's wings. Chu Feng sighed. He couldn't stand the sight of the weak and pitiful. He also felt a bit sour in his heart and couldn't bear to part with them. Senior, I don't have much confidence. I don't know if I can bring its corporeal body to the Yin realm universe. Do you have any great magical means? Asked Chu Feng. He could only rely on the soul bell. This wasn't a spiritual substance of soul light, but a real artifact. Since it could actually be brought over, he wanted to try and see if he could bring the little vermilion bird away with it. However, he really didn't have any confidence in his heart. The yellow-furred fox stared at him and felt that this brat was relying on it for everything. He was counting on it to pave the way for all kinds of things. Was this a casual move, or was it raising an ancestor? The more it thought about it, the more it felt that the losses outweighed the gains. It had suffered a great loss this time. Senior, don't pull a long face. Aren't we fated? I feel that you're helping yourself by helping me. Chu Feng had a smile on his face as he tried to worm his way into the fox's good graces. Then, on the way, he lowered his voice even more and said, Senior, you have such great magical abilities and you call yourself a deity. You must have established a glorious and powerful clan, right? Do you have a granddaughter or something like that? The Fox clan has always been as beautiful as celestial fairies and makes people yearn for them. I'll definitely help you take good care of your descendants later. Immeasurable deity F***CK. The yellow-furred fox couldn't help but curse after reciting his Dao name. It was really choked by him and was quite angry. This brat already had a son, yet he still wanted to have designs on his descendants. He had to go as far as he could. There was no way. Senior, aren't I doing this to repay your kindness? What's with that look in your eyes? Why do you look like you're guarding against a thief? You're not being loyal like this. What's wrong with me helping you take care of your outstanding descendants? Chu Feng was very dissatisfied. Brat, I'm warning you. If one day you enter the world of the living and dare to harm my granddaughter, my descendants, I guarantee that I'll find someone to beat you to death. Don't look at how I've been kicked out of the world of the living and banished to the land of the fallen. I still know many people. I'm warning you. Behave yourself. TSK, do you really think I'm willing to marry a fox spirit? I heard that your clan is the easiest to shorten a man's life. I'm not willing. Chu Feng curled his lips. Brat, what did you say? You're looking down on our fox clan. What do you mean? The yellow-furred fox stared at him. There's no such thing. Since you say so, then I'll go get to know your granddaughter and prove that I'm very serious and value your descendants. Chu Feng asked it. Get lost. Don't beat around the bush. The yellow-furred fox didn't want to tangle with him on this matter. After that, it saw that Chu Feng had begun to dress himself up in a very showy manner. That was because the old vermilion bird had spread its wings on the road. Very soon, they arrived at the mountain range where Chu Feng and Yao Yao had gone into seclusion. At the same time, the old vermilion bird stared at Chu Feng and rolled its eyes. Even the little vermilion birds were looking at him with strange expressions. After Chu Feng tidied up, he took out the winged serpent divine medicine and held it in his mouth like a rose. He had them wait here as he walked toward the mountain ridge alone. Chirp, chirp. The little vermilion birds whispered to each other. They were all saying that this human was too coquettish. It's showy. The yellow-furred fox corrected them. Chapter 845. Chu Feng's ears were extremely sharp. He turned back to glance at the fox and said, "Senior, one must be honest and kind. Can you not speak nonsense and say something auspicious?" "Yes, I'm looking forward to seeing you beaten up and thrown out. I'm so angry just looking at you," the fox mumbled. Chu Feng didn't mind and entered the mountain range with the winged serpent medicine in his mouth. His steps were light and his spirit was refreshed. His whole body was emitting a lustrous soul light. He believed himself to be elegant and refined. The fox and the vermilion bird family were waiting outside. After a long time, a slight tremor came from the mountain range. Then, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Following this, the mountain peak exploded and arcs of electricity shot high into the sky. Is someone crossing a tribulation? The old vermilion bird was suspicious. Chirp, chirp. 5 fluffy little vermilion birds with fiery red bodies chirped and chirped as they watched curiously. Then they saw a person flying out with arcs of electricity all over his body and lightning shooting out from his 7 apertures. "Hey, brat, are you crossing a tribulation?" the fox asked with a smile. Chu Feng fell to the ground in an unsightly manner and lay sprawled on his back. His body was like a sieve and electricity flowed through him. His eyes were lifeless, and it took him a long time to recover. He lay motionless in place and looked up at the sky with a sigh. "I'd better go to the Yang realm to find a fox spirit. The difficulty is too high. I'll beat you to death." The fox's nose was crooked from anger. Whoosh! Chu Feng ran away and entered the mountain range. He was really afraid that the crippled old fox would deal with him. With a loud rumble, the mountain peak collapsed and the earth caved in. He was thrown out again. "Yao Yao, I'm just giving you medicine. What are you misunderstanding about? Don't tell me you have some thoughts about me, and that's why you're so against me." He was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. His face was swollen and his body was emitting electricity, yet he was still showing off. Then, a fair, jade-like hand stretched out from the mountain and grabbed his soul armor, bringing him into the mountain range. "Hey, let's talk. Don't use force against me. I won't comply even if you beat me to death." It had to be said that Chu Feng was walking further and further down the road of death. The result of this was that the mountains trembled, and the mountains rose and fell like stormy waves. Then he was beaten up, and he fled while grimacing in pain. Then, with a plop, he lay on the ground like a corpse, emitting wisps of green smoke. The yellow-furred fox educated the little vermilion birds. Do you see? A romantic character can shake the world. A flirtatious character can lead an era for 3 to 5 years. But a flirtatious person will inevitably be struck by lightning. Chu Feng's body was electrified, and he couldn't even speak. He had become a typical example of a black book. After a long time, he finally sighed. "I've decided that it's best to look for the vixens of the mortal realm." Chirp, chirp. The 5 little vermilion birds were all red and sparkling. They tilted their heads and looked towards the yellow-furred fox, asking what was going on. "He's been struck silly. He's asking for a beating now," the lame old fox said with a black face. He immediately rushed over and swung his claw. Lightning flashed again, and he explained, "Do you see that? This is what it looks like when you're asking for abuse." "Damn, weren't you crippled?" Chu Feng cried out miserably. In the following half a month, the area was filled with the fragrance of medicine. After Yao Yao came out to visit Chu Feng, she went into seclusion to absorb the divine medicine and extract its divine energy. Meanwhile, in the mountains, the old vermilion bird was also doing his best to help one of his children. He crushed the flying serpent medicine and the vermilion bird medicine to help the little vermilion bird absorb it. He wanted to send this child on his way to the netherworld and then to the mortal realm to forge a path of survival. Chirp, chirp. The little vermilion bird was reluctant to part. He was always crying these days, and his large golden eyes were filled with tears. Sparkling and translucent teardrops rolled down in strings. He He was only the size of a fist, and, after curling up, he looked like a pom-pom. He was bright red and sparkling. He gently cried and constantly used his head to touch his mother, reluctant to part with her. There were many times when he was tired from crying and fainted beside his mother. The old vermilion bird was also very sad. Almost all of his feathers had fallen off, and only his rough and wrinkled wings were left. He said, "I'm already old and will die soon. In the end, you'll have to leave me. Children, you've all grown up. In the future, you'll have to rely on yourselves." He repeatedly warned them that no matter which realm they were in, they had to work hard to survive and not give up easily. When you're strong enough and have outstanding strength, you can come back and visit my grave. If you're not strong enough, don't ever come back. Just think of me in your heart. You have to learn to protect yourselves. The old vermilion bird was long-winded and said a lot. He didn't seem like a deity and was just an ordinary mother. Chu Feng couldn't bear to see this kind of scene the most. He sat outside the mountains and watched the sunset by himself. The sunset dyed the sky red, and it was as beautiful as blood. In the end, this world would come to an end. The old fox was also sighing. He held a wine gourd and continuously poured wine into his mouth on the other side. He was also watching the sunset, and through the blood-colored sunset, it was as if he could see the grand occasion of the Yang realm in the past. Unfortunately, he would never leave the center of that world. It was late autumn, and there were many big trees both inside and outside the mountains. The trees were all withered and yellow, and under the sunset, they were dyed a faint red. It was a bit of a sad beauty. At this moment, a few people walked over from afar. One of them saw Chu Feng and was slightly shocked. He said with a gloomy expression, "It's you, the Een spirit from back then. You're still in this world." Chu Feng turned around and looked outside the mountains. He revealed a stunned expression and said, "Didn't you die?" He had a deep impression of this person. Decades ago, this person wore an indifferent expression and was extremely confident. He used his flying spear to kill Wudi and send the Horse King on his way. He killed several great demons of Kunlun in succession. He was the little martial god. He had perfected the golden body for many years and was known as one of the strongest under the quasi-saint realm. In that battle decades ago, Chu Feng and Yao Yao blew this person up and immediately turned around to leave. Now, they actually saw him again. But after pondering a little, it wasn't surprising anymore. Back then, even Ling Weiho's son had a death substitution talisman. So how could the martial god's descendant not have one? Back then, Chu Feng and Yao Yao were worried that they would provoke the martial god's soul light after killing him. So they turned around and left after killing him. They didn't look at the results. As expected, the little martial god really survived. I've been suppressing my breakthrough all along. I've been training all over the world just because I wanted to become the strongest quasi-saint one day. I didn't expect to meet you today. The little martial god smiled. He wasn't angry, but his snow-white teeth were brilliant as he revealed an incomparably happy smile. He stared at Chu Feng. "In spirit, I'll give you a chance. Get over here, kneel at my feet, submit, and tell me all the secrets of the world you're from." He sat on the savage beast with an indifferent expression on his face and a dozen short spears on his back. He was arrogant and conceited as he stared at Chu Feng. Even his hair was sparkling and fluttering in the wind. Chu Feng stood up and walked forward. He was in a bad mood recently because he failed to provoke Yao Yao and was ruthlessly taught a lesson. He had always wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. "In spirit, you're so weak, yet you want to fight me?" The little martial god wore a chilly smile as the corners of his mouth rose. He seemed somewhat callous. He already regarded himself as a quasi-saint expert as he looked down on Chu Feng. That was because he could break through at any time. Now, he was just tempering himself and building the strongest foundation for becoming a deity in the future. Chu Feng's face immediately darkened as he said, "You really don't know your own limits. Your face is big enough. Do you think you're not a weak chicken? Come here, I'll beat you to death." "How can you say that?" Another person spoke up from the side. It was an old man with sparkling blue hair and fluttering robes. He had the air of an immortal. He was one of the little martial gods, Tao protectors, and a famous saint. He had followed and protected this descendant the martial god liked. Afterwards, he exerted his suppressive might on Chu Feng and said, "Kneel here." This was undisguised suppression. He used his powerful saint-level energy to crush Chu Feng. He wanted to make him kneel and humiliate him. The little martial god smiled and didn't stop him. He waited for Chu Feng to kneel before him. He wanted to accept his worship and then take action to deal with this in spirit. Crack! The earth collapsed and cracks appeared one after another. Chu Feng used his domain. Patterns interweaved and emitted dazzling brilliance as he resisted the holy might. At the same time, he glanced at the mountain. He wanted to ask the old vermilion bird to take action. It was fine if it was a one-on-one fight, but he was going to use his realm to suppress others. Who was afraid of who? There was a god here. The old vermilion bird didn't disappoint him. He turned into an old woman with white hair and a youthful complexion. She suddenly appeared with the help of a walking stick. "It's fine if it's a fight between two juniors, but why are you interfering?" she said softly as she resisted the holy might. "I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. It's best if you withdraw when the martial god's lineage moves out." The blue-haired saint spoke coldly. He could see that the old woman wasn't someone to be trifled with, but he had never imagined that she was a god. "Martial god, heh." The old vermilion bird laughed. He then indicated to the blue-haired saint and said, "Then kneel here." "We're just you guys." The blue-haired saint had just spoken up to this point when his expression changed drastically. Then he began to tremble, and a cracking sound rang out from his knees. He immediately fell to his knees and prostrated himself on the ground, kowtowing towards Chu Feng and the old woman. This scene shocked the people behind. The little martial god and the others were petrified. Among them, a peak saint's expression suddenly changed as he said, "Tao friend, aren't you going too far? Is it worth humiliating the martial god's lineage for a ghost?" The old vermilion bird was about to entrust his heir to Chu Feng. Not to mention them. Even if the martial god himself came, he would still dare to fight. He wasn't afraid of any god. "You talk too much. Kneel down too." The old vermilion bird pointed at him, and he also knelt down with a plop. "Ghost, I challenge you," the little martial god said decisively. He could see that the situation wasn't right, and was using words to provoke Chu Feng. "Sure, kneel down first. Then we'll fight." Chu Feng smiled as he used his own methods to deal with him. "All of you, kneel here," said the old vermilion bird. Plop! The group of people knelt down, and the little martial god included. They were all shivering because they couldn't bear this kind of pressure at all. They were overwhelmed with shock. Then they saw the old vermilion bird's body emit scarlet multicolored light, which formed a divine ring. He was definitely a god who could pluck the stars and seize the moon to kill the gods on Vicious Beast Plateau. "Rise. Get up." Chu Feng had a calm and collected look on his face as he slanted his eyes at the little martial god who was kneeling on the ground. His attitude angered the little martial god so much that he wanted to slap him to death. Chu Feng said in a manner that was neither fast nor slow, "I haven't fought with anyone for several decades. It's just the right time for me to exercise my muscles and bones before I return. It's good that you've come. You fulfilled one of my wishes. If not, I wouldn't have had a good fight with the creatures of this world." The little martial god flew into a rage. After he recovered his ability to move, he leaped up in a flash and floated in midair. He looked down at Chu Feng and said, "Good, good, good. Watch how I kill a foreign spirit like you today." In a split second, all of his pores gushed with divine light, and even his hair was resplendent. He was like the son of the sun standing in the sky, as he was suffused with a powerful pressure that intimidated Chu Feng. With a clang, he pulled out a short spear from his back. His arm glowed as though he was a giant who wanted to pierce through the vault of heaven. He was about to hurl an earth-shattering spear. Chu Feng narrowed his eyes as he recalled the scene from several decades ago. Ingwudi had been killed by his spear, and there were also a few great demons of Kunlun who had been pierced through by his spear in such an arrogant and tyrannical manner. They exploded and died. Chu Feng shouted, "When all is said and done, you're only at the golden body perfection realm. You haven't even entered the quasi-saint realm, yet you dare to look down on me? Come and accept your death. He wanted to stand up for Ingwudi, the Horse King, and the others. He wanted to get rid of this domineering martial god's heir. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. This was the last battle before he left this world. He wanted to fight in an upright and above-board manner. Otherwise, he would always have some regrets in his heart. He could use this so-called number one person below the quasi-saint realm to fight. Chi, the little martial god, suddenly hurled his spear, which turned into a blazing bolt of lightning. It practically tore the void apart and caused a sonic boom. It brought along a large expanse of white mist and exploded with a loud rumble. Rumble! In a split second, Chu Feng rose steeply from the ground like a giant god. He stood between heaven and earth as he faced the attack with a loud rumble. His soul light condensed and the aura around his body was vigorous. His spiritual energy rose sharply and was incomparably powerful as he directly changed the trajectory of this spear. So much so that Chu Feng used his energy soul light to bombard it. He used a wonderful technique, a complete Yang Realm ultimate art, Lightning Fist. This was a Yang Realm divine technique that young lady she had imparted to him back then. Clang! He blasted his soul light fist onto the spear and arrived first despite moving later. He cut off the spear's path and shattered the metal spear inch by inch. After that, it exploded in mid-air and turned into fine powder. Kill! Chu Feng rose into the air in a domineering and ostentatious manner. He swooped down and forcefully collided with the little martial god. This time, he used the Yang Realm divine technique, Virokana Fist. He was activating the thunderous breathing technique that he had just obtained. This was also the ultimate technique of the Yang Realm and just happened to be compatible with the fist intent of the Virokana Fist. For a moment, the fist light erupted and connected heaven and earth as it shook everyone's hearts. After several decades, Chu Feng finally made his move again. The might that he displayed was terrifying. Even the yellow-furred fox stopped drinking and muttered to itself, "You have some tricks up your sleeves." It's not easy for a person of unorthodox origin to reach this step. Bang! The little martial god wore a grim smile as he blasted his palm over. He was confident that he was invincible below the quasi-saint realm and that no one was his match. Therefore, he met force with force and wanted to eliminate this ghost. Bang! Their fists and palms collided and formed a shocking storm. Chu Feng's soul light swayed and flickered indefinitely, but he stabilized himself in the end and stood in midair. Blood flowed out from the corner of the little martial god's mouth. His body trembled, and many cracks appeared on his corporeal body. In the end, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in the void. He found it very hard to believe that there was someone below the quasi-saint realm who could rival him. How is this possible? You're just a Een spirit. Chapter 846. The little martial god had never tasted defeat in his life. He had always pushed his enemies aside when facing opponents at the same level. Today, he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by the spirit in his eyes, which he viewed as an extraordinary humiliation. Martial God Storm. He shouted softly and emitted the sound of wings flapping. A pair of golden wings extended from both sides of his body and emitted a metallic sound as they vibrated violently. After that, his speed rose sharply and surpassed the limit in a moment. He circled around Chu Feng and began to attack. He was like a golden storm that brought about destructive energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void trembled slightly. One could see the mountain peaks becoming shorter wherever he passed. They were pulverized by the pair of golden wings, and the energy that came out from the flaps killed everything. In the distance, a group of startled beasts ran out. They were still several thousand meters away, but in the end, they disintegrated one after another. There were silver mammoths and mountain-sized dragon-scaled tigers, but they were all turned into bloody paste amidst the metallic sound and exploded. The little martial god displayed his ultimate art. The frequency of his wings vibrating was too fast, and extremely terrifying energy was resonating. There was nothing it couldn't destroy. Chu Feng evaded several times. He didn't understand his opponent's method and didn't touch him rashly. After all, he was only in soul light state and didn't have the nourishment and protection of his physical body and blood chi. He was inherently lacking. Clang! Amidst the metallic sound, the pair of golden wings flapped, and a grand mountain peak turned into fine powder. It started from the summit and shattered all the way to the foot of the mountain. Everything that came into contact with it would collapse. Chu Feng moved his body horizontally. Every time he moved, he would shrink the ground to inches as he moved from one mountain ridge to another. Along the way, several dozen kilometers of mountains were like a crouching horned dragon, but in the end, they were all cut off by the little martial god. His attack power was extremely astonishing and unstoppable. "What are you running for, Ian Spirit? Get over here!" He shouted coldly and adjusted himself to his peak state. His blood chi surged and pervaded the air, enveloping this mountain range. He had a physical body, and this was what he relied on to nourish his soul light. His spirit and physical body were one, and he could release incomparably terrifying energy that was much stronger than a single soul light. "You just SOSO. Come!" Chu Feng sneered. After careful observation, he realized that this technique could only be described as fast. Speed was the only unbreakable secret technique in the world. However, Chu Feng also had extreme speed. Not to mention the world's end near at hand, he also had the lightning fist, which carried a demonic nature. When he activated it with all his might, it was simply a fist technique that could control people. Chu Feng's body became a faint golden color. All types of symbols appeared on his fists, and as they twisted about, divine thunder sounds erupted. At the same time, he was also activating the thunderous breathing technique. This wasn't the Yin Realm's version, but the Yang Realm's ultimate breathing technique that the yellow-furred fox had corrected. The thunderous breathing technique was a perfect match for both the Vairocana fist and the lightning fist. For example, after circulating the thunderous breathing technique, the sound of thunder was like a waterfall within Chu Feng's body. At the same time that his spirit and internal organs were being baptized by lightning, an aura of extreme yang pervaded his entire body, and his soul light flourished. This kind of sound of thunder combined with the sound of thunder from the lightning fist. From the inside to the outside, it was all thunder and divine sounds. The energy that erupted was incomparable in this realm. Even Chu Feng himself had an illusion that the thunderous breathing technique was too suitable for him. Together with the Yang realm divine technique, that young lady she had passed on to him, it was simply a perfect match. Boom! Chu Feng's speed became faster and faster. The person drove the fist, and the fist also drove the person. The lightning fist was complete and not incomplete. Now that it was being displayed, it was extremely shocking. Chu Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning, and his speed surpassed little martial gods. Even if he kept flapping his wings, he still couldn't match the speed of Chu Feng's fist. Speed was the only unbreakable secret technique in the world. This was a kind of sudden increase in strength. Boom! Every time Chu Feng brandished his fist, a stretch of golden lightning erupted, and there was also the sound of thunder. It was too terrifying. One could see that wherever his fist passed, mountain peaks were melting. They were corroded by the golden energy, collapsing with a loud bang and directly exploding. "Ah!" little martial god bellowed. It was too strenuous for him. His fist was numb, and he was dripping with blood from the beating. In just a moment, he was suppressed by Chu Feng. Clang, clang! His pair of golden wings flapped and cut through everything. Even a mountain range was severed, but he still met a disaster when he encountered Chu Feng's pair of golden fist seals. His wings were torn apart by the fist seals and were dripping with blood. It was part of the blood of a god, and it belonged to the martial god's genes. Even if it wasn't pure divine blood, it was still far stronger than ordinary creatures. Unfortunately, he was being suppressed, and was being attacked by Chu Feng all the way. He was at a disadvantage. Boom! As Chu Feng's lightning fist blasted out, the lightning in this area turned into dozens of golden waves. All of them rose up and struck forward wave after wave. In front of him, the mountain range exploded and rubble pierced through the clouds. The golden energy was like a raging wave beating against the shore, blasting little martial god away. His whole body was covered in blood. I'm the descendant of the martial god and possess his unrivaled bloodline. I'm destined to become a god in the future. How can I be defeated? Little martial god let out a low roar. His hair was disheveled, and the wounds all over his body were steaming with a blazing brilliance. That was the burning of the god's blood. Mutant technique. He used a mutant technique created by the martial god. Amidst the buzzing sound, apart from his pair of golden wings that were emitting golden vibrations, silver divine chains appeared on his body one after another. They seemed to be condensed from order, but they were actually the manifestation of the mutant technique. Chi-Chi, little martial god, charged over. Silver divine chains shot out from his whole body and pierced through Chu Feng. If he really came into contact with them, he would immediately melt the other party and transform them into divinity granules that could be absorbed directly. This was a god-level mutant technique. Chu Feng's eyes flickered. He really wanted to try the little 6 rays of time technique and use the strongest technique in this world to suppress his opponent, but he resisted in the end. That was because he was afraid he would become addicted to this kind of mutant technique once it was used. He wouldn't be able to control himself from absorbing divinity granules in the future and walking down a path of no return. Boom! In the end, Chu Feng used his lightning fist and yin-yang divine light. They were used together and blasted forward. The yin-yang divine light cut through everything. Amidst clanging sounds, it cleaved apart some of the silver divine chains and prevented them from getting close to his body. The lightning fist spurred Chu Feng's speed and made him seem as though he possessed a demonic nature. His fist technique controlled people, and he became faster and faster as he blasted forward unceasingly. With a puff, Chu Feng blasted through little martial god's golden wings. His fist seal was vast and majestic. Then, he suddenly shook and caused one of little martial god's wings to explode. Little martial god cried out in pain. His speed decreased immediately as he staggered. His wings were damaged, and his flesh was badly mangled. Is this the strongest golden body evolver in the land of the fallen? He's only this strong. Chu Feng sighed softly. At this moment, he had a bizarre feeling. He really wanted to enter the Yang realm and see how strong the so-called true geniuses there were. Little martial god flew into a rage out of humiliation. The divine blood around his body surged, and his soul light flared up. It fused even more perfectly with his corporeal body and released energy. Chi, silver light, gushed out from his entire body as he activated his mutant technique. Once this kind of silver light came into contact with his opponent, it could disintegrate the opponent's corporeal body and soul and transform them into divinity granules. Chu Feng let out a light shout and activated the thunderous breathing technique. At this moment, his appearance was solemn and dignified like a Buddha standing towering there. Golden light and lightning surge around his body and sonic booms fill the air. It was the rumbling of lightning and the resonating sound of thunder. He tried to see whether or not the pure dynamic breathing technique could block the mutant technique. After that, he succeeded. As expected, there weren't any problems. Those silver lights couldn't rush into his body as they were all blocked outside by the breathing technique. The Buddhist race's breathing technique was terrifying as expected. It was worthy of being a technique that even the almighty figures of the Yang realm coveted. It was a supreme inheritance, and at this moment, it displayed its proper value. Chu Feng seemed to be impervious to all techniques. The mutant technique couldn't injure him, and the silver light couldn't penetrate the golden luster and the sound of thunder on the surface of his body. No wonder the Yang realm could suppress the deities of the land of the fallen. Chu Feng sighed inwardly. With this kind of ultimate breathing technique, he wasn't afraid of the opponent's mutant technique. It was truly astonishing. However, the true 6 rays of time technique must be very terrifying. Back then, it had caused the almighty figures of the Yang realm to join hands to hunt it down. It made people yearn for it. Let's end this. Chu Feng muttered. The battle in this world could come to an end now. Even though it was only a battle once in several decades, it was enough for him to reflect on. Boom! Chu Feng's entire body shone as he activated the breathing technique. At the same time, the lightning fist in his left hand was incomparably fast. It blasted through the opponent's silver light and struck his arm. With a crack, the martial god let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire left arm exploded. At the same time, Chu Feng used the Vairocana fist with his right hand. It was like a great golden Buddha that had existed since ancient times. It pressed down and suppressed the martial god's entire body below it. The martial god bellowed in anger. The blood energy in his whole body surged like a vast ocean, rising and falling. It erupted as he fought with Chu Feng with all his might in a decisive battle to the death. But it was futile. He couldn't block Chu Feng's attack at all, and was completely suppressed. With a bang, Chu Feng's golden Vairocana fist fell and hit the martial god until his hair was disheveled. His other arm also exploded and his body cracked. In the end, it began to disintegrate. Blood splashed everywhere as the martial god was torn into pieces. Boom! Chu Feng added another punch and blasted him into the air. Everything ended, and the curtains fell on the final battle. During this process, Chu Feng wanted to test the robbery induction breathing technique several times to see if it could block the mutant technique's corrosion like the Buddhist race's breathing technique. But in the end, he didn't put into action. The origins of this breathing technique were mysterious, so he didn't dare to reveal it easily. The yellow-furred fox came from the Yang realm and was the disciple of an almighty figure. Only heaven knew how it would react after seeing this breathing technique. That was because the owner of this breathing technique, Yao Yao's grandfather, once had enmity with a certain almighty figure from the Yang realm and was enslaved. His flesh and blood were planted with a mother gold. He didn't know which almighty figure did it, so it was better to be cautious. Suddenly, the exploded martial god reappeared. His soul light reassembled and his flesh and blood reassembled because he had a death substitution talisman. Moreover, the soul light belonging to the martial god emerged at this moment, suppressing this mountain range and intimidating the world. Who dares to kill my descendant? A middle-aged man with bronze skin and incomparably sturdy, glowing flesh appeared. His pupils emitted a terrifying radiance. So what if I kill him? The old vermilion bird stepped forward and revealed his true form. He opened his mouth and inhaled. With a boom, the martial god's soul light was completely annihilated. You guys can go on your way too, the old vermilion bird said calmly as he gently flapped his wings. The martial god's reassembled soul light and his Tao protectors didn't even have time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they turned into a few balls of bloody mist. Without a doubt, the old vermilion bird didn't want news of this to leak out. After all, he didn't have much time left in his lifespan. He had to think of his children and avoid the martial god's revenge in the future. He was fearless now, but after a few decades, he would be in big trouble when he was at the end of his lifespan. It won't matter after I send my children away, he said softly to himself. It's over. Goodbye, this world. Chu Feng looked at every blade of grass and every tree here and engraved them deep in his heart. No matter what, this was an experience he hoped to remember and not forget. He was about to return, but he was still somewhat apprehensive. He was afraid that he would really forget everything here. Those people, those things, the bits and pieces of his life, and everything he had experienced had to be cherished and not forgotten. He didn't know whether Qin Luoyin and the others had forgotten about this place or whether they had some reservations. Everything was ready after 2 days. Yao Yao also came out of seclusion with a medicinal fragrance and a blazing radiance around her. She had obtained enormous benefits. But she couldn't immediately become a heaven illuminator even after taking the divine medicine. This level required comprehension and couldn't be advanced just by taking heavenly treasures. Yao Yao's clothes were whiter than snow. Her cheeks were lustrous and her eyes were quick-witted. There was a smile on her peerless appearance as she walked over gracefully. She exchanged glances with Chu Feng and repeatedly warned him to be careful. Then she went on her way. She was walking the path of Mount Eternal and couldn't return together with Chu Feng. After that, Chu Feng also prepared to go on his way. The little vermilion bird cried his heart out like a furry ball the size of a fist. He was shivering and snuggling up to the old vermilion bird's side. He didn't want to leave and was unwilling to leave. Tears rolled down from his large golden eyes as he chirped, sobbed, and cried. Go, break the curse, and leave this ominous place. I hope you and your children can grow up in a peaceful world. Go, my child. In the end, the old vermilion bird gave him a push and suddenly flew high into the sky with the other 4 little vermilion birds. He couldn't bear to see this crying child who was about to go on a long journey. But the old vermilion bird couldn't bear to leave either. He circled continuously in the sky and even flew down in the end. He used his wings to caress the lonely little vermilion bird and cried along with him. Let's go. It's not necessarily a type of happiness for it to leave like this. It'll obtain good health and be able to live on, the yellow fox advised. Chu Feng saluted them and then brought out his soul bell. It enveloped the little vermilion bird and protected it within. Just like that, he rushed into the sky toward that vortex. During this process, the yellow fox also cast a spell and used a large number of runes to envelop the soul bell. It protected the little vermilion bird's corporeal body and hoped that it could cross smoothly. Chapter 847. A vortex was as black as ink. It was unknown how it was formed, but behind it, there seemed to be a giant beast from before the primal chaos was split open. It opened its huge mouth and was somewhat terrifying. Chu Feng had come up, and his soul light was about to return. He wasn't being blasted back by someone, but leaving on his own. Recently, he was almost unable to control himself. He was constantly being pulled by an indescribable spatial power that wanted to expel him out of the land of the fallen. Now it was time to leave. He rushed into the pitch-black vortex with the little vermilion bird. Chirp, chirp, the furry little fellow wailed sorrowfully. His large eyes were clear and tearful as he looked at his mother and a few siblings below. He wept unceasingly and sobbed sorrowfully. He could be considered to have left his home and entered an unfamiliar world. If nothing unexpected happened, he might never be able to see his mother again. It was his mother who personally sent him away just to give him a way out and let him live a better life instead of staying in this hopeless world and finally being corroded by the gray matter. Don't be sad. When you and I are strong enough in the future, we can come back to this world and visit your mother, advised Chu Feng. In reality, he also knew that the little vermilion bird couldn't see his mother again. This should be an eternal farewell. One day in the Een Realm universe might be 100 years here. The entire land of the fallen was refined by the Yang Realm's Almighty into a treasure of time. The flow of time was too strange and terrifying. Even if the little vermilion bird really came back one day, this world would probably be transformed into mulberry fields. Those that once existed would all perish, and the so-called strongest deity would have long turned into dust. Everything would decay. At that time, even the old vermilion bird's grave might collapse and return to ordinary land, no longer existing. If he really returned, there would only be sadness and bawling in the end. He wouldn't find anything. Child, you must stay strong and live on. The old vermilion bird's voice transmitted over. Chirp, chirp, I am very sad. I will miss you forever. The little vermilion bird let out a weak voice. After that, he disappeared with Chu Feng and entered the depths of the vortex. Good child, go. The yellow fox also opened its mouth. It sighed and waved its claws. The soul bell shone and protected the little vermilion bird. It hid within the bell, and Chu Feng was also beneath it. He was truly afraid that his own memories would no longer exist and that he would forget everything. The black vortex was deep and serene as it revolved slowly. It made one feel dizzy as an indescribable energy surged over to erode one's soul light. He really came. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. He couldn't accept the fact that his memories had been severed. He wanted to go back in one piece. After that, an indescribable mist drifted over. It looked gentle, but when it came into contact with the soul bell in the end, it erupted with a tremendous force and heavily smashed against the wall of the bell. Dang! The sound shook the heavens and caused the soul bell to tremble violently. The walls of the bell shone and buzzed. For a moment, patterns actually appeared on the walls of the bell. They were all complex cloud patterns. This left Chu Feng astonished. He was well aware that this was a seed and not a true metal artifact. How could there be patterns on it? One could imagine how terrifying the energy bombardment the soul bell was suffering now. It was originally going to erode Chu Feng's soul light, but in the end, it was blocked by the walls of the bell. The mist became firm and tyrannical as it fiercely attacked him. Bang! The body of the bell shone and was densely covered in cloud patterns. Upon closer inspection, they should all be natural. It was just a seed, so it was impossible for it to have been carved. They were all naturally formed, profound patterns. There's some skill. It looks like order. Chu Feng was astonished. It was just a seed, yet there were actually rules and order patterns concealed within. Dang! The soul bell shook again, making Chu Feng and the little vermilion bird feel as though they were about to explode as they were attacked by an indescribable energy. You won't stop until you kill me. What kind of ghost skill is this? Could it be that there are living creatures controlling it? Chu Feng was astonished. A layer of pure white, immortal mist twined around the outside of the bell. It looked sacred and auspicious, but it was actually terrifying. It could obliterate everything, erase one's memories, and extinguish one's soul light. What right do you have to deprive me of my memories? What in the world is this? Even though Chu Feng was in his spiritual soul light state, he still felt a layer of goosebumps. He felt as though there was a pair of eyes behind this snow-white mist. Chirp, chirp, the furry little vermilion bird cried out softly. Its entire body was fiery red as it timidly hid behind Chu Feng. After leaving its mother and its original world, it was filled with unease and its heart was weak. The snow-white mist rushed over from the bottom of the soul bell. It wanted to approach Chu Feng and wouldn't stop until it obliterated his memories. Chi-Chi, the incantation and energy left behind by the yellow-furred fox took effect now. It emitted yellow clouds that pervaded the air to obstruct this strange and mysterious mist. However, even with the yellow-furred fox's strength, the trump card it left behind actually couldn't block it, and the mist spread upwards. This was somewhat terrifying and extremely terrifying. One had to know that the yellow-furred fox called itself a deity. Even though it was crippled, it naturally had the confidence to use this kind of wonderful technique. Yet, it still couldn't block the mist. Clang! In the end, Chu Feng fiercely hammered the soul bell, shaking out strand after strand of bell waves to obstruct the white mist. He actually successfully resisted it and then pushed it out. Bang! The soul bell shook violently. That white mist was unwilling to give up and was still attacking. It transformed into an extremely heavy force as it smashed over. However, the entire soul bell was sealed and rippled as it resisted the white mist so that it couldn't be corroded. The whirlpool was like the eye of the sea as it sucked in this world. Chu Feng and the others went deep inside. Their surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't see anything. Clang! There was a violent tremor as a lump of white mist fiercely attacked over again. There seemed to be a green eye within that was staring intently at the interior of the soul bell. It didn't let them off and insisted on severing their memories. Chu Feng saw clearly that there really was something in the white mist. It was a bloody eyeball that was incomparably terrifying. It was very sluggish and didn't seem like it had a mind of its own, but it was strictly carrying out some kind of order. Chu Feng immediately felt like he was going to suffocate. He felt a wave of gloomy coldness from his soul light, and his hair stood on end. it could actually discover this kind of truth. For a moment, he felt a chill from head to toe because he inadvertently discovered that this so-called passageway could possibly be arranged by a certain powerhouse. It was a contingency plan that was left behind. According to what he knew, this path had existed for at least tens of millions of years or more. Some existences could easily arrange for several million years. Just how long ago was this matter? What did he want to do? All of a sudden, he thought of the yellow-furred fox's master, who had once wanted to refine the land of the fallen and turn the entire world into a time treasure. Was this his handiwork? Chu Feng didn't feel like it. According to what the desert fox said, it shouldn't have been that long ago. There were other powerhouses who left behind a backdoor here. So much so that it was something that was even further back in time that couldn't be verified? Or were they plotting? After that, Chu Feng realized that the strange substance, the gray mist, made the entire world sick and headed toward destruction. Could it be related to the backdoor here? But according to what the yellow-furred fox said, it's extremely difficult for even the powerhouses of the Yang realm to cross the primal chaos realm wall and come to the Yin realm universe. They won't consume their own precious blood essence unless they're at the juncture of life and death. They can't even wait to preserve their own lifespan. What's going on here? Boom! The wall of the bell violently shook. The azure eyeball in the white mist was dripping blood and was extremely sluggish. It directly attacked the soul bell with the intention of breaking through the energy ripples and tunneling in from the bottom. Not good, shouted Chu Feng. The fist-sized little vermilion bird was shivering even more. It hit on Chu Feng's shoulder and softly cried. Uneasiness was written all over its large golden eyes, and it was extremely afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you, Chu Feng said in a low voice. Since he promised the old vermilion bird to protect its child and even took its divine medicine, he couldn't let this little fellow suffer any harm no matter what was said. Chu Feng hid it behind his back and stood in front of him to block that azure eye. That eye was originally extremely huge and even more terrifying than a mountain. It was like a planet, but as it approached the bell, it rapidly shrank and tore apart the ripples. Dripping blood, it completely entered the bell. In the end, it turned into the size of a face, and the blood that flowed out was mixed with black blood. Boundless deity, Amitabha, I can't block it anymore. Chu Feng was scared. At most, his memories would be erased. But what about the little vermilion bird's physical body? It was impossible for him to watch the little vermilion bird suffer a calamity. Buzz! The sluggish eyeball trembled and emitted a weak light as it slashed at Chu Feng. As expected, some of his memories were about to be stripped and obliterated in an instant. How could Chu Feng be willing to accept this? He did his best to resist and poured out some of his negative emotions and useless memories from the past 100 years to block the eyeball with all his might. This was very useful as it blocked its path. At the same time, the wall of the bell shone and the soul bell surged. Waves of ripples appeared and weakened the light of the eyeball. The threat it posed to Chu Feng wasn't as intense. This won't do. If this goes on, I might not be able to return to Damong Pure Land smoothly. The little vermilion bird might encounter danger. Chu Feng's heart sank. He discovered that he couldn't afford to gamble. At worst, his memories would be obliterated, but the little vermilion bird might pay the price with its life and blood. He decisively drove the soul bell and struggled with all his might. He went against the path he came from and charged toward the land of the fallen. This was incomparably difficult because the entire world was pushing him away. The vortex that was like the eye of the sea was also revolving and sucking him in. Chu Feng exhausted his energy and was truly going all out. He was afraid that the little vermilion bird would die tragically because that would be too unfair to others. He wanted to kill his way back. In the end, the bell rang and the soul array trembled. Even the bell itself dimmed and no longer emitted black light. Chu Feng's soul light also dimmed, and he was in a daze. He charged out of the vortex and fell from the sky. How can this be? The yellow fox was shocked. Child, The old vermilion bird's heart trembled even more as he rushed high into the sky. Not only did he catch the little vermilion bird, but he also protected Chu Feng and brought them back. The little vermilion bird was fine. He was safe and sound and wasn't injured in the slightest under Chu Feng's protection. On the contrary, he himself was extremely weak and almost exhausted his soul light. Going against the path he came from was too difficult, and he almost died of exhaustion. However, with the old vermilion bird and the yellow fox here, as long as he still had a wisp of life fluctuation, there clearly wouldn't be any big problems. Even so, Chu Feng still recuperated for 3 days and 3 nights, and this was because he had swallowed a drop of divine medicinal liquid. One could well imagine how serious his injuries were. His soul light was about to collapse, and he almost dried up and died. "Senior, I'm sorry. I'll let you down." Chu Feng explained the situation and said that he didn't dare to take the little vermilion bird away in the end. "Thank you for caring about it so much and protecting it back." The old vermilion bird was very grateful. Chu Feng risked his life to come back like this. This showed that he was very responsible. "I'll take a few vermilion bird feathers and a few drops of vermilion bird blood with me to experiment and see if these could be preserved after returning to my world," said Chu Feng. "If there aren't any problems, I'll come back again. In any case, there's still the path of Mount Eternal that I can take." He really didn't want anything to happen to the little vermilion bird. That was why he was so cautious and careful. "All right. Thank you, child." The old vermilion bird nodded to express his agreement. He really didn't want his child to get hurt accidentally. In the end, Chu Feng set off alone. There was something unusual this time, and it was out of the ordinary. After he entered the depths of the black vortex, that green eye rapidly shrunk from the size of a star to the size of a wash basin. It charged straight into the soul bell to obliterate his memory. Moreover, Chu Feng could clearly see that there were many threads connected to the entire blood-dripping eyeball. That was the power of order. Could this be formed by laws? If it was someone else, their vision would have turned black a long time ago. However, Chu Feng used the soul bell to resist it. During this process, he was also releasing his own memory, leaving it for the eyeball to obliterate. For example, the useless experiences of these 100 years, some trivial matters, and various kinds of negative emotions were all thrown out by him to be obliterated by the green light. For a moment, Chu Feng discovered that this was very advantageous to him. His entire body became light and agile. His soul light gradually became as clear as crystal. It was no longer mottled and disorderly. Although he didn't care about it before, he did indeed feel a trace of lethargy in his body. After all, he had lived in this world for 100 years. It was impossible to say that his mentality wasn't old at all. But now, he was using this opportunity to cleanse and temper himself. He took the initiative to cut off all the useless memories, and his soul light became pure and flawless. No wonder the ancient times described powerful cultivators as having the heart of a pure child. There's indeed a reason for this. I think they're also taking the initiative to cut off their lethargy and wash away all the useless memories. They're cutting off their burdens at any time to preserve the purity in their hearts. Chu Feng came to a sudden realization. For a moment, he understood some of the essence of evolution. With the help of the soul bell, he successfully withstood the green eyeball's beam of light. Regardless of whether it was the experience of becoming a domain grandmaster or the grudges and emotions he had with those people, none of them had melted away and were preserved. What's that? His memories were preserved, and he selectively discarded some. Chu Feng's spirit was roused. He opened his fiery eyes and suddenly saw a certain terrifying truth. The whirlpool rotated, but it actually had cracks. Perhaps it could be said that this so-called black whirlpool was formed from many black cracks, and there was only one passage in the middle. There was a terrifying world behind that crack in the whirlpool. It was a vast universe that was dusky and filled with mist. It was lifeless and cold to the point of making people tremble. Was that a strange substance, the gray fog? Was that the source? Chu Feng was shocked. After that, his fiery eyes were unleashed to the extreme. He He saw the world in the whirlpool through the black cracks. It was like a dead universe. It was too quiet. No, there are living beings. There are things. Chu Feng saw giants with eyes larger than planets. They were walking slowly with stone axes in their hands. They were opening up a path in front of them and bombarding the primal chaos. Moreover, it wasn't just one giant. It was a group, a stretch. To be exact, they might be gods. Their bodies were too huge. The fingers of the smallest gods were bigger than planets. If it wasn't for the fiery eyes and the power of order, Chu Feng wouldn't have been able to see their entire bodies clearly. They had shackles on their bodies and were prisoners. They were either holding giant axes or iron swords as they opened up the primal chaos and excavated something. In this lifeless universe, many corpses of such giant gods fell along the way. They were all dead and motionless. Those that were still moving had lifeless eyes and were covered in blood. They had clearly lost their minds and were moving mechanically. The gray fog churned, and the strange substance was dense. They were opening up the primal chaos, and corpses fell along the way. Chu Feng's heart trembled, and he was incomparably shaken. He didn't know what was going on, but he had a feeling that he had seen the most terrifying truth of the universe. This seemed to be extremely important in the future and involved a taboo. Unfortunately, he didn't understand the situation at the moment. He really wanted to go back and ask the yellow fox for guidance. Perhaps this self-proclaimed celestial venerable fox would be frightened. However, he didn't have the opportunity or the strength to reverse it. In the world within the crack, a golden sun exploded in the sky. It was actually a golden crow. Blood splattered everywhere as it fell from the gray fog. Hurry up, continue digging. Suddenly, in the cold universe, in a world of rolling gray fog, someone berated all the gods and devils that were as tall as the heavens. Chu Feng's pupils constricted. He saw an equally tall figure wearing ancient and tattered armor. He carried a standard long blade on his back, and the scabbard was rotten. Chu Feng's heart trembled. This figure was somewhat familiar. He was actually carrying a standard weapon, the reincarnation blade. Even the armor on his body was similar to the withered, lifeless, and retarded guardians of the reincarnation road that Chu Feng had seen on the reincarnation road. However, the person here clearly still had consciousness. He was actually as tall as the heavens and was like a god or devil. From the side, one could see that the person's eye sockets were sunken and his flesh was shriveled. He lacked spirituality and his eyes were somewhat lifeless. What's going on? Chu Feng shouted in his heart. Was this also related to the people behind the reincarnation road? At the same time, he had heard Lady Shi mention that the reincarnation blade was very terrifying and related to the Yang realm. What are those powerhouses trying to do? Just how strong are the so-called powerhouses of the Yang realm? Chu Feng's heart throbbed. Swoosh. Chapter 848. It had been a year, an entire year. Damning Pure Land wasn't at peace. A group of old women and men were badly battered and almost went crazy. Who would have thought that the promised one night of Dao comprehension would go wrong in the end? The appointed time had long since arrived, but many people still hadn't awakened in the end. This included the strongest descendant of Damning Pure Land, Qin Luoyin. She only recovered after half a year, and her soul returned to her body. This caused a huge uproar. This time was completely different from the past. It took a long time and caused a huge storm. One had to know that these descendants and descendants were the core descendants of each clan and were the most outstanding young representatives of each clan. This time, an accident actually happened in Damning Pure Land. The waves caused by this were unimaginable. In the past, although there were twists and turns in this fortune and accidents, most of them were more daunting than dangerous. There wouldn't really be a big problem, but this time was different. At the very least, everyone's recovery time was much later than expected. Apart from the earliest batch of people, the others were delayed for too long. Naturally, the people who awakened one after another had their soul lights dazzling. Each and every one of them had their spiritual energy surging and restrained within their bodies. Their blood energy was burning and their organs were rumbling. They were all very special. At the same time, it was also very dangerous. For example, when Qin Luoyin returned, her body was almost destroyed. She had to go into seclusion urgently and only recovered after half a year of recuperation. How extraordinary! After cultivating for half a year, Goddess Qin Luoyin's soul light is resplendent and pure. She might break through into the quasi-sage realm. This caused a huge commotion. Such an achievement was too shocking. Qin Luoyin's soul light was extremely powerful. Her spirit had materialized, and her yang qi was abundant like a divine furnace roasting the surroundings. Some old monsters in the Pure Land were dumbstruck as they recognized this was a sun soul. During this half a year, Qin Luoyin had been recuperating her body. The main reason was that her body was a bit weak compared to her soul light and couldn't bear the powerful sun soul. Now, she had finally come out of seclusion and obtained countless spirit medicines from the Pure Land to baptize her body. Her strength had increased explosively. What kind of fortune is this? It's much more powerful than the so-called dreaming of 100 years in one night. Are you stupid? Dreaming of 100 years in one night was an exaggeration. Fairy Qin's current state is the true success of Tao comprehension. Qin Luoyin's recovery eased the tense atmosphere in damning Pure Land. All the clans had come and blocked this place, ready to turn hostile at any time. Now, they were somewhat expectant. Of course, there were also some people who were doubtful. They were worried that something would happen to the outstanding talents of their clans. For example, the superfluous combat physique, the purple cloud Taoist body, and the others who had returned a long time ago were not in a good state. They didn't dare to move them out of the temple and had been recuperating. One had to know that every single one of them was very special when they returned. Superfluous combat physique sat there motionlessly in a pensive state. Someone had spoken to him, and he had said, "Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I go?" This had once stunned some of the old monsters of damning Pure Land. They believed that he had been enlightened and had thoroughly entered the great Tao's palace hall. However, a year had passed, and this person was still pondering and had yet to return to his senses. The purple cloud Taoist body uttered the word reincarnation. Then she sat there and fell into deep thought. These two words had once shocked a group of old monsters. They thought that he might have touched upon the essence of reincarnation, so they didn't dare disturb him. However, a year had passed, and he was still pondering reincarnation. His body didn't move at all. The truth was that he couldn't forget about Wu Luanhui at the last moment. He wanted nothing more than to slap Chu Feng to death. In the end, his memory was erased, and he only remembered the word reincarnation. However, along with Qin Luoyin's recovery, these genius clansmen believed that their clan's disciples could also improve. The most important thing was that this kind of situation had also happened before. For example, a certain genius had returned part of his soul light several thousand years ago. There was also a large portion of his soul light that was suppressed for 100 years. In the end, he was forcefully pushed out by that world, but he successfully returned and his strength increased explosively. So, everyone don't worry. Those who haven't awakened must have obtained a great fortune and are still tempering themselves. In addition, those who are half awakened are also people with great fortunes. They were injured earlier and escaped the rain of soul light, but the main body's soul light is still training in that world. They might have suffered some setbacks, but it's even more beneficial for them. As the saying goes, when the heavens are about to bestow a great responsibility on a man, they must first suffer his will, tire his muscles and bones, starve his body, empty his body, and mess up his actions. The old woman from Damung Pure Land spoke until her mouth was dry. Her spittle flew everywhere as she consoled the old fellows from various races. That makes sense. In that case, our race's Qilin child should have had a great fortune. It's just that he suffered a setback in the early stages. Some people spoke with smiles on their faces. They immediately calmed down quite a bit. Yes, I believe in the words of the Tao friends from Damning Pure Land. About 60,000 years ago, The first Buddha of our Buddhist race also encountered this kind of problem. Part of his soul light returned in the early stages, and his main soul also returned in the end. His strength rose sharply, and now he's already illuminated the heavens and became a great Buddha. The people from the Buddhist race spoke calmly because they had experienced this before. However, this time was a little special. Some people hadn't awakened even after a year. Everyone's return was generally slower, and this caused some people to worry. I think the flow of time between that world and our world has changed. That's why some of the disciples returned later. In the end, everyone gradually felt at ease. After all, no one had died in the previous sessions, and there hadn't been too many accidents. There shouldn't be any big problems. Not long after, Ing Zhishin woke up. She returned right after Qin Luoyin and also went into seclusion on the spot. The quasi-saint race prepared many heavenly materials and earthly treasures for her. After recuperating in seclusion in Damong Pure Land this time, her strength rose sharply. Her soul light was condensed, and she was close to a quasi-saint. Everyone was completely at ease. They were all looking forward to the performance of their race's disciples. My race's superfluous combat physique returned part of his soul light, but his main soul hasn't returned yet. He'll definitely reap great rewards after staying in that world for so long. Oh, my race's purple cloud golden body is the same. Some old fellows went from being worried to being relaxed, and then to being full of expectation. Their mentality changed continuously. In reality, these two people were probably just like this. They were once imprisoned by Chu Feng's soul bell, and their main souls were truly destroyed. The reason why they each had a foot left to return was completely because Chu Feng was up to no good. He was concerned about their corporeal bodies and wanted to refine blood medicine after returning to create his own brothers. He was looking forward to the appearance of his superfluous combat physique, purple cloud Dao body, and so on. Now, Big Black Yak had already become the innocuous ox demonic divine physique, and there was a successful example right here. My race's divine son, whether it's part of his soul light or his main soul light, hasn't returned yet. An old man from the corpse race laughed loudly, and clearly like a golden bell that was vibrating. His gaze was piercing, and there was a sinister aura around his body that made people feel terrified. Many people revealed looks of envy. Even the people from the Buddhist race, Tao race, quasi-saint race, and origin demon race were no exception. They felt that the corpse race's divine son was too terrifying. He hadn't returned yet, and there wasn't even the slightest movement. This meant that he had cultivated for a long time in that world, and his strength would definitely rise explosively. A group of people came forward to congratulate him and congratulate him one after another. The corpse race was one of the top 10 races in the universe, and their strength had always been profound. Unfortunately, if they knew that the corpse race's Yin Luo had been annihilated by Chu Feng and would never be able to return, they probably wouldn't be so happy and would cry. Oh, someone from the dilapidated universe in the primal chaos has come. The emissary of the deity palace, Luo Shurong, hasn't made any movement either, as expected of the proud son of another universe. It seems like his strength is also going to rise explosively. Another person sighed and felt that once the emissary of the primal chaotic deity palace, Luo Shurong, returned, he reckoned that it was possible for him to break through into the quasi-saint domain. That was because even though he was young, he was originally at the quasi-golden body realm, and they felt that he might create history this time. At this moment, Qin Luoyin wasn't far away from them. She didn't feel anything when she heard their conversation, but the little Taoist in her stomach curled his lips and muttered, "Stop dreaming. I've already been annihilated by my father." The little Taoist retained his memories. There was a ball of strange fog on his body that came from the cave at the end of the reincarnation road. It could ensure that his spiritual light wouldn't diminish and his memories wouldn't be destroyed. As expected of a disciple of the primal chaotic deity palace. He's so valiant. We might witness a miracle in the near future. He might even become a quasi-saint. On the other side, the people from the Tao race and the Buddhist race were very peaceful. They were drinking tea and quietly waiting for the main souls of Taoist Jin Lin and Shi Hong to return. Similarly, the people from the Golden Heavenly Spider and the White Phoenix race were also hopeful. They looked forward to the strength of the proud sons of heaven in their race, skyrocketing after awakening and surpassing the other geniuses. Oh, the main soul doesn't return. Actually, compared to those who don't return, their fortunes might not be any lesser. They might even become great people after suffering all sorts of hardships. That's right, that's exactly the case. Some people spoke up one after another to congratulate the Buddhist race, the Tao race, and the White Phoenix race. The guests from the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the White Phoenix race enjoyed this kind of congratulations very much. They all had smiles on their faces as they responded to them one by one. Indeed, as long as the main soul light didn't return, everything was possible. Endless fortunes and fortunes might still be behind. Idiot. He was already annihilated by my father. What main soul light? If he wasn't afraid of stirring up big trouble, even a portion of his soul light wouldn't have been able to escape. The little Taoist curled his lips and mumbled in his mother's womb again. He had a rather conceited attitude, as though he was looking at the world with slanted eyes. However, the others didn't know what was going on. They were still longing and looking forward to it. Oh, old brothers, there's still one person who hasn't awakened. He's not a disciple of our race, but he's not simple either. Wu Luanhui? Some people mentioned Chu Feng. This youth was merely 14 or 15 years old, yet he actually persisted for so long. It was rumored that he even had the bloodline of a humanoid monarch. Immediately, everyone revealed strange expressions. Yes, let's see who among the remaining people will return last. An old man from the Tao race smiled. He believed that Taoist Jin Lin would be able to persist until the end. After all, he had a great killing weapon, a rare material of the metal attribute. After mastering a technique that could break 10,000 techniques, there was nothing he couldn't overcome and nothing he couldn't destroy. Dong! A bell rang outside the Divine Hall in Damning Pure Land. This meant that someone was returning today, and it immediately caused quite a commotion. Many people rushed over and looked around outside the hall. Who's awake? Some old monsters asked anxiously. Wu Luanhui has awakened. His soul light is too terrifying and almost burned his physical body, but he's very experienced and instantly controlled it. He's worthy of being a heaven-warping genius with the blood of a humanoid monarch flowing in his body. Someone sighed emotionally. Hee, it's Wu Luanhui who's awake. He's not bad since he persisted until now. An old man from the corpse race spoke. He was dressed in black and had a dense, sinister aura around him. His eyes emitted twinkling beams of light, and his voice was like a great bell. He wasn't considered low-key. Beside him, someone immediately complimented him and said, "The corpse race's divine son is still stronger. He still hasn't returned until now. He, the divine son of our race, is indeed heaven-warping and extraordinary. He has the potential to become a god." The old man from the corpse race smiled and evaluated Wu Luanhui again. This youth Wu Luanhui is also considered not bad. At this moment, the elders from the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the White Phoenix race also revealed faint smiles. They believed that the main soul of the strongest person in their race hadn't returned yet, so they had the last laugh. Oh, Wu Luanhui is too young in the end. He's only 14 or 15 years old. It's already not bad that he could reach this step, said an elder from the White Phoenix race with his eyes squinted. Yes, even if he doesn't rank in the top 3, he can still rank in the top 10, said an elder from the Golden Heavenly Spider race with a smile. The elders from the Tao race and the Buddhist race wore peaceful expressions. They smiled, but didn't say anything as they quietly waited for the result. Chu Feng had awakened. His soul light returned, and everything went smoothly. He returned with his memories. Chapter 849. Chu Feng had awakened and was actually chanting. His voice was clear and resonant as it spread outside the palace hall. This made the group of people look at each other in dismay. They felt that there was a certain rhyme to it, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Oh, he's just a youth without a sect. He's right behind the strongest geniuses. Even if he doesn't enter the top 3, it's already not bad that he could persist until this step. He should be pretending to be mature now. The old man from the corpse race commented with a faint smile. Now, their corpse race could look down on all the other races. After all, Yin Luo hadn't made any movements all along and hadn't returned yet. He was astonishingly strong. Who hasn't been a little conceited when they were young? It's indeed worth celebrating. The old monster from the White Phoenix race also smiled with an aloof attitude. He believed that the main soul of the outstanding talents from the race would be even stronger when they returned. The old men from the other races all wore smiles and looked certain. They believed that the descendants of their race hadn't returned yet, and that they would blossom with even more dazzling splendor when the time came. After that, there was still a large group of youngsters waiting here. There were outstanding talents from various races who had received the golden invitation earlier, and also young geniuses who came with their elders to welcome their guests. Now the group of people was discussing spiritedly. They couldn't be as reserved as the older generation figures. These people dared to say anything. Some people were judging and discussing who could persist until the end and return as the final king. Jinju, I heard Wu Luanhui calling your name just now. One of the young girls in a black dress teased a young girl in white clothes and said that Wu Luanhui was talking about her. What? Where? The young girl in white clothes was adorably silly. She still didn't know what was going on. In the surroundings, a few young girls giggled and immediately jeered. They were very lively and noisy. Ah, you bunch of filthy demon kings. What nonsense are you talking about? He's only reciting a poem. You guys are too excessive. The group of young geniuses was very lively as they discussed here. There were even many people who gathered together to drink and chat. To them, this was a form of networking. They were interacting with the top youths from various races and drawing closer relationships. At the same time, many people here had personally experienced Damn Pure Land's trial and received the golden invitation. It was just that they were eliminated in advance and had already recovered for more than half a year. However, they had been waiting here all along to see who could persist until the end and return as the final king. Brotherly Sue, do you really not have any recollection of what happened in that world? I don't have any recollection at all. You have to know that you're one of the top 20 or 30 super experts of this generation in the universe. Yet you can't remember anything. Li Su wore azure gold armor, his appearance handsome. He did his best to recall, but in the end, he shook his head with a sigh, not having any impression. There was a solemn atmosphere in the Divine Hall. No one was allowed to approach, and only a few old monsters from Damn Pure Land were guarding it. After Chu Feng woke up, he felt as if he had fallen into an immortal furnace. His entire body was burning with pain, and the heat was unbearable. He felt as if he was about to be burned. At this moment, strand after strand of blood energy emerged from his body. The spiritual energy of his entire body was too enormous, and it was mixed with an excessive amount of yang energy, burning his true body. If it was an ordinary body, it was simply impossible for it to withstand Chu Feng's boundless soul light. It was even more powerful than when Qin Luoyin, Ing Wudi, and the others had returned. His soul light was faintly connected to order runes. This made a few old monsters from Damn Pure Land suck in a breath of cold air. They felt shocked. This teenager was actually close to the quasi-saint realm and could step into it at any time. Even though Chu Feng had made ample preparations, he could only pour a portion of his soul light into his body in the end. There was still a portion of his soul light outside that he didn't dare to enter. That was because his spiritual energy was too strong, and the yang energy that he brought back was too tyrannical. It surpassed the others, and even if he possessed the humanoid monarch's blood now, he still couldn't bear it. In the end, he temporarily transformed the remaining half of his soul light into a sword embryo with a clang. He carried it on his back so that it didn't appear out of place. But the few old men from Damn Pure Land who were in charge of guarding this place saw it clearly. Every one of them was shocked. Motherf asterisk her. He condensed his soul light into a low-key and luxurious weapon, and he carried it on his back. How strong was this brat now? No wonder he's conceited in reciting poems. He's truly extraordinary, one of them said in a low voice. After Chu Feng's soul light stabilized, the entire palace hall was blazing brilliantly. It was illuminated and scorched by his soul light, sword embryo, until it was like daytime. He was like a blazing sun as he sat cross-legged there. At this moment, Chu Feng sized up his surroundings and saw a few old men staring at him. Some of them had amiable smiles on their faces, but there were also some who had unkind expressions on their faces. He looked around. Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin, who were beside him, were long gone. An old woman from damning Pure Land had an unkind expression on her face. The main reason was because she had previously discovered that this youth's physical body was actually squeezed between Qin Luoyin and Ing Zhixian, and it seemed slightly intimate. Wu Luan Hui, do you remember what you experienced in that world? An old man asked amiably. Chu Feng returned with his memories, so he was naturally well prepared. He had a blank look on his face, as if he was pondering, but in the end, he didn't know anything. He quietly glanced at Yin Luo and Luo Shurong. They were motionless like corpses and didn't have any reaction at all. Superfluous combat physique, purple cloud Taoist body, Buddhist race's guardian Vajra Shur Wu, and the others were like thinkers as they furrowed their brows and held their chins. They didn't say a word as they were too solemn. Other than that, Shur Hong, Jin Lin, and the golden heavenly spider had slightly more soul light returned. All of them were sitting cross-legged and adjusting their blood qi as they pondered over something. Chu Feng had a clear idea in his heart and completely understood the situation. These people were either crippled by him or killed by him. Outside the divine palace, many people looked around and wanted to know Wu Luanhui's current condition. Dong! A bell rang and immediately made this place solemn. The palace door opened and someone was about to come out. He's coming out. Let's go over and see what Wu Luanhui's current condition is. This is one of the last few geniuses who returned relatively late. A group of youngsters all got up and flocked forward to block the divine palace's door. In reality, a group of elders couldn't sit still anymore and couldn't maintain their calmness. All of them had already gotten up and looked forward. They moved out one after another to see how strong Wu Luanhui was now. Chu Feng came out, and crackling sounds came from all over his body. That was his blood qi steaming. The yin qi that was roasted by the soul light rushed out and was replaced by yang qi. The most terrifying thing was that his soul light penetrated through his body. It was too resplendent and illuminated his flesh and blood, making it almost transparent. His yang qi was dense. Oh my, I can't take it anymore. I'm about to burn up. How can this Wu Luanhui endure it? He's about to burn me, even though we're so far apart. In reality, the youth closest to him quickly extinguished the yang qi flames on his body. He had a horrified look on his face as he fell back continuously. He had already been ignited. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This person was really too impressive. How strong was his soul light? As expected of a humanoid monarch bloodline, his corporeal body could actually endure it. In particular, many people saw the sword embryo on Chu Feng's back. That was simply a great killing weapon. Yang qi condensed and soul light shone. It could simply kill everyone's spirit in an instant. He's not simple. This Wu Luanhui is stronger than everyone who came back earlier, said an old man. Chu Feng smiled and nodded at everyone in a refined and courteous manner. In reality, he was a little lacking in confidence because he had gotten rid of some divine sons in another world. At the same time, he also beat some people silly and only released a portion of their remnant souls. Now, he had a smile on his face as he faced these opposing clan elders. Young man, you're pretty good. Did you see my family's Qilin son's performance in that world? An old man from the corpse race stepped forward. Chu Feng almost smashed his fist on his nose when he heard this. This was the corpse race's nemesis. Had he sensed something? But he was very calm and didn't make a move. In a split second, he figured out something. This old man didn't sense anything, but he was pretending to be profound in front of him. He had an aloof attitude and felt that the corpse race's Yin Luo hadn't returned yet, so he should be even stronger. Chu Feng calmed down in a split second and shook his head. Normally speaking, only ghosts could remember the matters of that world. After that, he walked over and left this old man. But in a split second, he fell back again with a face full of smiles as he said, "Senior from the corpse race, thank you for your blessing. But since you think so highly of me, please lend me some spirit medicines. This corporeal body of mine can't take it. I need great medicines to go into seclusion." There was no one else who was this thick-skinned. This was the little Taoist's secret discussion. He discovered that his father was really not sincere. After getting rid of Yin Luo, he still borrowed spirit medicines from the corpse race like this. The old man from the corpse race was suspicious. He kept feeling that this brat's smile was a little despicable. He really wanted to refuse because he did indeed have many great medicines on him that were all prepared for Yin Luo. But under the watchful eyes of everyone, this youth with great potential had already spoken. It wouldn't be appropriate if he didn't lend it to him. After that, he pinched his nose and handed over a jade box. There was an old medicine inside that was very old. He gifted it to Chu Feng. "Thank you very much, Senior." Chu Feng bowed. He didn't think it was too little and received it just like that. Little brother Wu is really young and promising. Your future is limitless, some people said one after another. Chu Feng immediately grinned. His white teeth were very dazzling as he courteously borrowed the great medicine from them. They had never seen someone so shameless and impatient. This group of old fellows had a toothache. How could there be such a youth who directly asked for medicine in the open? The people behind him immediately didn't dare to greet him as they were afraid he would borrow the medicine. However, after Chu Feng finished borrowing the medicine here, he took the initiative to run over and entered into the middle of a group of old men. His mouth was sweet as he called them seniors and borrow medicine one by one. "Senior from the Tao race, please lend me a hand. I have a very close relationship with Jean Lin, so you have to help me." "Ba Buddha, old man from the Buddha race. We were definitely one family 500 years ago. I believe in reincarnation, so I was definitely a true Buddha back then. You have to help me." "Uncle from the White Phoenix race." Chu Feng's mouth didn't stop as he chattered. He walked over and asked for the world's spiritual treasures from everyone he saw. He said he wanted to recuperate his body, but he was almost burning up. Some of them were great enemies, but he didn't let any of them off. These people all had black faces and pinched their noses. In the end, they admitted it and more or less gave him some spiritual items. "Tao friend, when will the whirlpool in the Damring Pure Land's divine hall close? Can you deduce it?" Someone asked impatiently. The old woman from the Damring Pure Land replied, "The whirlpool is shrinking. According to our deduction, it might be closing soon. I think the last few people should be coming out soon." "Oh, that couldn't be better." Someone nodded. Whether it was the corpse race, the Tao race, the Buddhist race, the White Phoenix race, or the Golden Heavenly Spider race, they were all looking forward to the final return of the king. "This is Wu Luanhui. He's so young, so handsome, and more beautiful than a girl. Moreover, his cultivation is so powerful. He came back later than Ingwudi and Yuan Shicheng. He's too amazing." There were many youngsters in the vicinity. They were all discussing spiritedly as they stared at Chu Feng. "Don't be love-struck. Do you want to go over and get to know him?" Another girl teased her companion. "Forget it. His soul light is so powerful. If I dare to go over, I'll definitely be ignited. Let's wait for him to finish his seclusion before talking." Everywhere Chu Feng passed, many youngsters took the initiative to make way. Even though they really wanted to go forward to chat and befriend him, they couldn't stand his yang qi. He raised his head and saw Qin Luoyin in the distance. She was looking at him with her bright eyes and white teeth. Her style was peerless, and her goddess-like demeanor didn't diminish. Instead, she was even more extraordinary. Does she still remember me? Chu Feng didn't know. At this moment, it wasn't the time to acknowledge each other, so he couldn't greet her. But if it was proven in the end that he was the last one to return and the true king returned? Would the damning Pure Land recruit him as Qin Luoyin's Dao companion? Chu Feng walked forward and saw Ing Zhuxian in a glance. She was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. She was faintly discernible and otherworldly like a goddess of the moon as her sleeves fluttered in the wind. Chu Feng smiled and nodded at her. He had no way to approach her on his own because he had to go into seclusion. Time was very tight. Chu Feng needed to improve his corporeal body immediately or else problems would arise. But he wasn't worried because he had many good things on him. The things he smuggled back had deceived the few people guarding the Divine Hall from the damning Pure Land. Oh, I don't need too much time. A few days should be enough. I should be able to recuperate my corporeal body very quickly and truly unify my spirit and flesh to reach the strongest state. The damning Pure Land had already prepared cave residences for these geniuses so they could go into seclusion at any time. When Chu Feng went into seclusion, a certain cave residence opened. More than half a year had passed, and he had finally come out with a healthy body. Old friend, go to the Divine Hall and take a look again. Is our clan's Qilin's son about to wake up? Some old monsters couldn't wait. Seeing how strong Wulin Hui was, they all wanted to see the proud sons of heaven from their own clan return and stage the scene of a king's return. An old woman from the damning Pure Land nodded and said, "All right, don't worry. I guess they'll be back soon. I'll go take a look." Hee, old friend, don't worry. Good food isn't afraid of being late. You'll be able to witness the return of the true king soon. The old man from the Dao race smiled. He was confident that the Daoist from his clan could rise to power and return as the strongest king. In reality, the people from the Buddhist race were also very confident. They said with a faint smile, "There's no rush. We'll see them right away." Chapter 850. A storm was brewing in the damning Pure Land. At this moment, everyone was paying attention. Many platforms were reporting the latest news, attracting attention from all sides. Whether it was the Origin Beast platform, the Black Blood platform, or others, there were special personnel stationed to broadcast the latest developments to all races in the universe. This was approved by the damning Pure Land because the matter this time was too big. Even they themselves were somewhat anxious. After all, a year had passed, and it still hadn't ended. The old monsters in the Pure Land hoped to publicize everything and be more transparent. In case of an accident, it wouldn't be good for the other races to find trouble with them. They couldn't be blamed. According to the latest report, Wu Luanhui, who has the humanoid monarch bloodline, has returned powerfully. His soul light soared into the sky, making the older generation feel palpitations and suppressed. Perhaps everyone still doesn't understand what the humanoid monarch bloodline is. Back then, in that extremely ancient era, a few human monarchs appeared. They joined hands and almost suppressed all races in the universe. It was said that once the humanoid monarch appeared, he would pacify all lands. Divine birds, demonic beasts, and all kinds of physiques couldn't compete with him. Without a doubt, Wu Luanhui's return caused huge waves. People paid even more attention to the remaining few people from the damning Pure Land. Let's wait and see who will be the final king. People's emotions were ignited in all parts of the universe. They exploded all of a sudden, and everyone was paying attention to this matter. That was because the few old monsters guarding the divine halls from the damning Pure Land had already prophesied that the final trial was about to end. The last few people should be returning soon. Not to mention the universe's starry skies, even the evolvers on Earth were paying attention. It could be seen how great the commotion was. Needless to say, the group of great demons from Mount Eternal knew what was going on. The Black Blood platform made further speculations. They said that the Buddhist race's Shi Hong would probably have the last laugh. His strength was too tyrannical and his soul light was peerless. After 100 years of enlightenment, he should surpass everyone. Some of the famous guests from the Origin Beast platform thought that Taoist Jin Lin had a greater chance of winning. He had grasped rare treasures and could break 10,000 techniques with one technique. The others couldn't stop him. For a moment, Many platforms in the starry skies started to clamor. They were all predicting who would be the final king. Supporters from all sides argued endlessly. Stop arguing. You guys are really childish. Didn't you see the latest broadcast? Only the corpse race's divine son hasn't returned yet. The others have returned with remnant souls. The Shihong and Taoist Jin Lin are such people. Do you still need to ask who is the #1 in the world and the true king? Someone from the corpse race spoke in a cold and aloof manner, which immediately made many people lose their temper. Of course, there were also many people who were unconvinced. Take the #1 young expert of the Buddhist race from 60,000 years ago as an example. He also had a remnant soul that escaped first, but after the main soul returned, he was still able to suppress all the experts. What a joke. What are you guys fighting about? Who said only the corpse race is in good condition and hasn't returned? My deity race's main family, the emissary from the primal chaos universe, Luo Shurong, hasn't made a move either. The deity race spoke calmly. Even though the deity race's candidate from the Yin realm cosmos had long since been eliminated, they still regarded Luo Shurong as one of their own and were incomparably conceited. Someone curled their lips. In the Netherworld universe, your deity race had been beaten to a pulp and your ranking had dropped 250. What was there to be conceited about? Sigh. It's a pity that Demon King Chu didn't go out to temper himself. Otherwise, he would also be able to contend for supremacy. Perhaps he would laugh until the end and become the ultimate king. When some people mention this, they all express their regret for Chu Feng. After this battle, Chu Feng can be considered to have fallen behind others. Most likely, he won't be able to compete with Ying Wudi, Jin Lin, Yin Luo, Luo Shurong, and the others anymore. Without 100 years of accumulation, he won't be those people's match anymore. Why do I want to laugh? Demon Chu Feng, you've finally been defeated by others. You can no longer harm the geniuses of the universe's various races. Not bad. This time, Demon King Chu can be considered to have been completely left behind by the universe's top-notch geniuses. He won't be able to achieve anything. Some people felt that it was a pity, but naturally, there were also many people who rejoiced in his misfortune. They felt that Chu Feng was finished. After this battle, he couldn't obtain the greatest fortune and couldn't compare to the universe's strongest batch of geniuses. Don't be cocky. Be careful that the so-called heavenly pride of your clan will still be crippled by Demon King Chu after encountering him. He'll be beaten into a pig's head and run away like a rat. Some people refused to accept this and argued for Chu Feng. At the same time, they were truly sentimental and regretful for him. They felt that he was most likely going to fall behind others. Chu Feng, you shouldn't think too much about it. He wants to rise after provoking our damning Pure Land. At the very least, he shouldn't hope to be ranked at the apex of his generation in this generation. Someone from Damning Pure Land responded. His tone was cold and indifferent, as if he didn't take it seriously. The group of great demons from Earth really wasn't anxious at all. Ever since they knew that Wu Luanhui had returned, they were completely at ease. Hee-haw, hee-haw, I'm looking forward to seeing Brother Chu Feng walk out of Damning Pure Land and marry Qin Luoyin before he leaves. When that time comes, I'll see where Damning Pure Land will put their face. The group of people had resentment because Damning Pure Land was too arrogant. Back then, they didn't give Chu Feng a golden invitation. There were heated discussions in various parts of the universe recently. The attention of the world was focused on Damning Pure Land. Everyone was looking forward to seeing who would have the last laugh. The location of the incident was in Damning Pure Land. There were beautiful mountain peaks one after another, and the cave residence was enshrouded in spirit chi. Divine trees and spirit medicines exhaled auspicious energy and wafted in the air. Presently, the scenery here was peaceful, but all the powers were very nervous. They were all paying attention to the final result. Many of the older generation figures from various races had come. They were all waiting for their own Qilin children to return in the end. Don't tell me a group of monsters can persist longer than me and Wu Luanhui and return later. Ouyang Feng strolled in Damning Pure Land with his black tortoise shell on his back. He took swan steps and slanted his eyes to look at people. He almost spat all over the ground as he was unconvinced. In the end, he couldn't preserve his memories. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad mood. Look, Jun Tuo-san has come out of seclusion. He's so powerful. His soul light is restrained, and his blood chi is tyrannical. As expected of someone with a tyrant godhead, a dual physique. St. Jun Tuo has a son at such a young age. He really has a successor. Unfortunately, he still hasn't returned from the dilapidated universe in the primal chaos. If he knew that he had a son like this, he would definitely be comforted in his old age. Motherf asterisk her. Ouyang Feng's face darkened as he walked past those people with swan steps. He didn't say a word. If he wasn't waiting for Chu Feng, he really wanted to teach these evolvers how to behave and then kill his way out of damn Pure Land. At this moment, Chu Feng was in an abyss of suffering. He was recuperating his corporeal body and circulating his breathing technique. In chi steamed around his body and crackled. His blood chi was sparkling and translucent before it dazzled brilliantly and illuminated the entire cave residence. After a simple examination of his own situation, Chu Feng opened his eyes and stopped his breathing technique. After that, he began to carefully set up a precise domain here that isolated him from the outside world. He was afraid that someone would spy on him. That was because some of his things couldn't see the light of day. Now that he was a domain grandmaster, there weren't many people who could see through him when he truly set it up. This could ensure his safety. Not long after, the domain runes here lit up. All kinds of symbols were like a sky full of stars. Chu Feng let out a long sigh and was completely at ease. He put down the spirit medicines he had borrowed from the elders of each race. There was a large pile of them, but they couldn't compare to the things he had on him. He had once risked his life to send the little vermilion bird back to the land of the fallen. He had once healed there and used up a drop of divine liquid. Before he set off again, the old vermilion bird had given him a few more drops and brought them all back. Other than that, there was also the vermilion bird's blood. He originally wanted to bring the little vermilion bird's feathers and blood to conduct experiments to see if they could be preserved after he returned this time. He never thought that the old vermilion bird would also give him a bit of blood at the last moment so that he could test just how terrifying the black vortex was. When he rushed out of the vortex, he used soul light to wrap these things up and instantly submerge them into his corporeal body. He successfully avoided the attention of a few golden monsters in damning Pure Land and wasn't discovered. Now, Chu Feng had taken everything out. The little vermilion bird's feathers and blood have been corroded and are definitely affected. It's hard to say whether it'll live or die if I really bring it back, but the old vermilion bird's divine blood is unharmed. The vermilion bird's divine blood sealed in the crystal in Chu Feng's hand emitted a gentle radiance and was glistening scarlet. With a crack, he slightly undid the seal. As a result, the entire cave abode became dazzling and scarlet multicolored light surged all of a sudden. It was too dazzling and incomparably resplendent. Thank you, Senior Vermilion Bird. I was originally only using it for experiments, but now I've completed my corporeal body. I can use this to cleanse my yin chi within a few days and strengthen my corporeal body by a large margin at the same time. The entire cave abode was scarlet multicolored light. A drop of blood dispersed and transformed into a scarlet flame that wrapped around Chu Feng's corporeal body, tempering and burning it. This was the vermilion bird's divine blood. This kind of creature was innately of the extreme yang attribute and possessed divine flame energy that could burn the heavens. Therefore, this kind of divine blood was simply terrifying. Several drops of the vermilion bird's divine blood fell every day in the next few days and transformed into a bloody mist that wrapped around Chu Feng's corporeal body. It made him groan continuously as he endured enormous pain. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the yin chi in his flesh and blood, the yin chi in his bone marrow, and the yin chi in his internal organs were incinerated. The scene was terrifying and shocking. Am I really a ghost? Why do I have so much yin chi? After the refinement, Even Chu Feng began to doubt himself. Ever since he had formed his yang soul, he felt that his body was incompatible with it. His body was so cold and gloomy. Now, he was using the vermilion bird divine blood to nourish his body, which was equivalent to burning his flesh and blood, tempering his bone marrow and internal organs, and attacking the yin qi. This was not all. He still had the droplets of the divine medicine. This was the most important part of raising the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to succeed in just a few days. This was a divine medicine that carried the energy of the Yang realm. It was much more powerful than the ones from the Yin realm universe, and its medicinal effects were incomparably shocking. The droplet was the essence of a stalk of godly herb. Moreover, this was the vermilion bird divine medicine. After it fused into Chu Feng's body, it drove away the yin qi one step further and nourished his physique, increasing the strength of his physical body. His whole body was sparkling and translucent. It became resplendent and blossomed with scarlet clouds and treasured light. Chu Feng circulated the robbery induction breathing technique here, and then the thunderous breathing technique. Absorbing the essence of the divine medicine was twice the result with half the effort. In this place, there was a domain that he had personally laid down. With his Grandmaster level strength, he was not worried about being spied on at all. 4 days later, Chu Feng came out of seclusion. There were runes in his eyes. His physical body seemed to be connected with this part of the universe, and it was as if there were divine chains of order fusing with him. With a whoosh, all kinds of strange phenomena were withdrawn. He opened the cave residence and walked out. And on this day, the whirlpool in the divine temple in Damning Pure Land was also about to close. Many old monsters from various races had come, and people from various major platforms had also arrived. They were all fighting to report the final results. On this day, the wind and clouds were surging, and the whole world was paying attention to it. In the starry sea of the universe, all races were paying attention to which family the final king would fall to. A new year had arrived. 2018, new and happy. I wish everyone good health and happiness. Everything goes according to your wishes. Chapter 851. Chu Feng came out of seclusion calmly and stood outside the cave residence with a smile on his face. This pure land was enshrouded in dense spiritual energy. Multicolored beams of light fell from the elegant peaks one after another. Even the rocks in the surroundings were sparkling and translucent with the fragrance of orchids. The cobblestone path carried a fresh and natural aura as it led straight to the front of the cave residence. There were many strange trees nearby with sparkling leaves and blossoming flowers. They were all precious trees that could allow mortals to step on the path of evolution. Chu Feng breathed in the fresh air and felt refreshed. There was no one to disturb him in this area, and it was very quiet. But with his sharp hearing, he could more or less hear the clamor in the distance. A lot of people have come. The people from the Black Blood platform and the Origin Beast platform have all arrived. There are also the top 10 races in the universe. Could today be the closing day of the Maelstrom? Chu Feng was astonished and immediately understood why it was so lively in front of him. He could imagine that Damning Pure Land was definitely filled with guests and a sea of people. They were all famous guests and geniuses from various places. Today, a major event was bound to happen. The entire universe was paying attention. Chu Feng stepped out of the cave residence area and walked on the cobblestone path. He passed through the verdant bamboo forest and listened to the gurgling stream beside him. His whole body was light and agile. Ordinary people couldn't understand how terrifying he was. Only those who truly came into contact with Chu Feng would discover how astonishing this 14 or 15-year-old beautiful youth was. At this moment, Chu Feng had adjusted his corporeal body. Even though it hadn't reached the level he was most satisfied with, it could already bear his vigorous and powerful soul light. A cliff still stood in front of him. It was lustrous purple and flowing with auspicious qi. There was a deep pool under the cliff emitting wisps of the aura of the great Tao. Moreover, there were runes flickering. Chu Feng was astonished. Damming pure land wasn't simple as expected. Any random scenery contained the power of order left behind by the predecessors. He stood there quietly and comprehended in silence. Then he caused the deep pool to surge. Water splashed, and all kinds of runes appeared. The power of laws pervaded the air. The main reason was that Chu Feng's current soul light was too powerful. His spiritual power was boundless and almost touched the quasi-sage realm. Naturally, he could sense the abnormality here. Right now, there was no one around, so he directly examined himself. His body shone and blood energy surged. It was as if a slumbering, humanoid true dragon had awakened. He immediately became powerful and terrifying. His soul light was boundless, and it blended with the order of the outside world. There seemed to be numerous and densely packed divine chains interweaving outside his body. This was order. It had taken a tangible form and extended out from the void to interweave with him. If he wanted to become a quasi-sage, this was the first step. However, Chu Feng didn't attempt to break through immediately. After all, he had just returned to the netherworld universe and needed to consolidate and adjust his physical body to its strongest state. Only 4 days had passed, and it was still a little rushed. Tao Comprehension Wall. Chu Feng immediately understood that this was a place of Tao comprehension. The comprehensions of the predecessors had transformed into order, condensed and inscribed at the bottom of the pool and between the stone walls for future generations to comprehend. His spiritual power was too powerful, so he directly touched it. It immediately attracted many divine chains of order to fall from the void, making him look like a divine spider spinning a web. After silently experiencing it for a long time, Chu Feng felt that it would be very helpful for him to break through into the quasi-sage realm. But now wasn't the time. He digested the comprehension here before restraining himself once more and calmly leaving. The depths of Damning Pure Land were really bustling. Normally, an important place like the Divine Temple absolutely wouldn't allow outsiders to approach, but it was completely open today. They allowed people to report and so on in order to be open and transparent. They were afraid that an accident would happen to the last few geniuses in the Divine Temple, and they would be held responsible. Chu Feng arrived and saw many familiar faces. Many of them were geniuses who had received golden invitations. He had seen them die in another world with his own eyes and return to this universe. However, most of the things that happened in that world could no longer be remembered by these people. Very soon, someone discovered him and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Look, Wu Luanhui has come out of seclusion. He's so fast. How can he come out so quickly? Other people enter seclusion for more than half a year. Could it be that he has already conditioned his physical body?" Brother Wu, a young man wearing azure gold armor, came forward. His name was Li Su, and he could be ranked between 20 and 30 in this generation in the universe. "Oh, young man, you're not bad. You've come out of seclusion so quickly." There were also people from the older generation who greeted him. Chu Feng responded to them and greeted them. Quack, quack. The laughter of a male duck rang out. The black swan, Ouyang Feng, with a tortoise shell on his back, rushed over and said, "You've finally appeared." Clearly, people raised their eyebrows after Chu Feng arrived here. Even though some people thought that he wasn't the main character this time and that the true king hadn't returned yet, there were still many people who flocked over, especially those from some platforms, to report on him. Naturally, the Black Blood platform and the others didn't aim their streamers and the best clairvoyant equipment at Chu Feng. Instead, they constantly paid attention to the movements at the Divine Temple. That was their main battlefield and needed special reporting. There were many people gathered at Chu Feng's place, including outstanding talents from various races. Even Yuan Shicheng, Yuan, and the others had appeared. They had long forgotten about that world and were chatting with Chu Feng. After that, Chu Feng saw Ing Wudi. He almost blurted out and called him brother-in-law, but he held back and came to his senses in the end. After Ing Wudi saw him, he originally wanted to greet him with a smile, but for some reason, a different kind of emotion appeared in him. His face darkened unknowingly, as he didn't have a good temper toward Chu Feng and wanted to give him a bad look. Mother asterisk Kerr. Chu Feng was truly speechless and wanted to give him a beating. How much resentment did this elder sister complex have? He had already returned and lost his memories of the land of the fallen, but he still had a dark expression when he saw him. What was this? Brothering, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so dark? Yuan Shicheng asked in astonishment. It's nothing. My state has been very good recently. I don't know what's going on either, but I feel indescribably fidgety in my heart. Ing Wudi himself didn't understand either. After that, he saw the smiling Chu Feng in front of him. In a split second, he knew the source of the fidgety, and for some reason, his face darkened even more. Oh my boundless deity, Ba! Chu Feng was extremely angry. This brother-in-law was really asking for a beating. Did he have such a strong ill will toward him in his heart? As soon as this face saw him, it became more and more King dark. At this moment, many people were paying attention to this place. Ing Xiao appeared bouncing and skipping. Her silver hair hung down to her waist, her big eyes were lively, and her eyelashes were very long. She was constantly blinking, and her entire person was very lively. She was indescribably startled when she saw Chu Feng at a glance. After that, she blurted out, "Brother-in-law." It was just a clear and melodious cry, but everyone quieted down. Everyone cast sidelong glances and turned their heads to look in this direction one after another. It was too astonishing. What did this devilish brat just shout? One had to know that the silver-haired little Lolita's origins were too great. She was Ing Wudi's younger sister, the little princess of the quasi-saint race, and the younger sister of the third most beautiful woman in the universe. She called someone else brother-in-law. This meaning was too obvious. For a moment, many of the youngsters present were petrified. They absolutely couldn't accept this. Didn't Ing Zhixian not have a Dao companion? There had never been any scandals. Huh? What's going on? Why do I feel that he's very amiable? I just want to call him like this? Ing Xiao mumbled. At this moment, Chu Feng really felt much more comfortable in his old bosom. Ing Wudi gave him a dark look as if he owed him 2 million. This sister-in-law was still the best. She called him affectionately upon seeing him and actually remembered him. Her memory hadn't been completely erased. Ouyang Feng looked as if he had seen a ghost. He could tell that Ing Xiao should be calling out to Chu Feng because he was standing beside Chu Feng and could see everything clearly and vividly from this angle. Brother-in-law. The silver-haired little Lolita ran over and blinked her big eyes. She acted according to her instincts because she felt that she had forgotten something important and wanted to remember it. She allowed herself to recall it. So she ran over and even pulled on Chu Feng's sleeve. At this moment, everyone saw the suspicious target clearly, and they were immediately tongue-tied. What was going on? Wu Luanhui was Cheng Ying's son-in-law. In a split second, many young men heard the sound of their hearts breaking. It was too painful. The third most beautiful woman in the universe actually had a Dao companion. At this moment, Ing Wudi's face couldn't be any darker and was about to drip water. Yuan Shicheng and Yuan were speechless from the side. They really wanted to ask him whether he was all right or not. Ing Wudi finally knew the exact source of his anxiety. It really stemmed from Wu Luanhui. Why did his younger sister call this person brother-in-law? He was beyond furious. At the same time, Ouyang Feng looked like he was constipated. He was also dumbstruck as he looked at Chu Feng and the silver-haired little Lolita before looking for Ing Zhixian in the crowd. Ouyang Feng sighed ruefully in his heart and thought that this bastard Chu Feng really had some tricks up his sleeve. Impossible. Wu Luanhui and Fairy Ing didn't interact at all. How could they become Dao companions? Someone shouted. They couldn't accept this cruel reality. That's right. How could they? Little Fairy, did you remember wrongly? Your family doesn't have any relationship with him. Some people spoke up one after another as they thought this devilish brat was playing a prank. However, Ing Xiao tilted her head and looked like she was thinking hard. She looked extremely vexed as she said, "It's true. I clearly feel that he's my brother-in-law, and he's very intimate. But why can't I remember? Ouyang Feng stuck his head out and looked around at the side. He swung his long swan neck and reminded her, could it be something that happened in another world? That's right. I feel that it should be something that happened in another world. Ing Xiao immediately came to a realization. Her large eyes lit up as she shouted, brother-in-law, do you still remember? Beside her, Ing Wudi clutched his chest and felt his heart ache. His footsteps were unsteady as he staggered backward. His face was so dark that it was emitting a black light. Some of the young men beside him also turned pale. This blow was really too big. Huge news. Today's first big news has appeared. Ing Zhixian and Wu Luanhui are rumored to have become Dao companions in another world. The Origin Beast platform live-streamed this news immediately. In a flash, it caused a sensation on all the vital planets in the universe and caused a huge uproar. The Black Blood platform immediately regretted that they didn't pay enough attention to Wu Luanhui before and didn't give enough attention. They hurriedly made up for it by paying attention and reporting. Shocking. The quasi-saint race's princess got married and became Dao companions with someone in another world for tens to hundreds of years. The Black Blood platform exaggerated the report in order to attract attention. In just a moment, the universe's starry sky couldn't calm down anymore. There were heated discussions everywhere as many young people screamed in disbelief. In Damrung Pure Land, the little Taoist was restless and completely unsettled. This ant is really ruthless. The quasi-saint race is one of the strongest races in the universe. We can't afford to provoke them. What if they capture my father and make him their son-in-law? Won't my mother have a child before marriage? She'll definitely be unlucky after I'm born. Mother, charge forward. The little Taoist was a freak. A normal person should have been born long ago, but he had always been very stable. Cough, there's no such thing. Don't talk irresponsibly and don't report irresponsibly. Our quasi-saint race's pearl has always been clean and self-respecting. In Damung Pure Land, an old man from the quasi-saint race stood out with a face as black as the bottom of a pot. He could compete with Ingwudi, as he explained with all his might. Moreover, he threatened and warned the few big platforms. At this moment, Ing Zhixian appeared. She was like the moon surrounded by many people as she walked over. She was faintly discernible and otherworldly as white mist lingered around her. It could be said that she was absolutely beautiful. Fairying, do you still remember what happened in the other world? Do you have some kind of intimate relationship with Wu Luanhui? The people from the Black Blood platform were really daring as they asked and live-streamed like this. Chapter 852. Another year has passed. Why do I feel like I'm 1 year younger again? I wish everyone the opposite of growth, to become younger, to smile more and more, to have a smooth and happy study and work in the new year, and to maintain a good mood. I wish everyone a happy new year. In addition, I also want to talk about the monthly votes of the Holy Ground, because some readers feel that it's not ideal to not be the first in the monthly votes in recent times. I also feel a little dizzy. Calm down, the expectations are too high. Since the end of October last year, there has been no mention of the monthly votes in the book. The words monthly votes have never been mentioned again. Naturally, there are only so many votes from readers. That's very good. During this period, we can occasionally rush to the first place, and at the end of the month, we can still be at the top. This is actually very heaven-defying. Thank you, everyone. It's good enough to read happily. Calm down. We don't need to fight for it. Of course, it's not that we don't allow everyone to vote, and it's not that the Holy Ground doesn't need the monthly votes. It's just that everyone can vote normally. It's all up to everyone. It's already very good that we can still be ranked at the top. I know that many people want to know the results of the Holy Ground. I can simply say that after being on the shelves for more than 10 days, the book broke the record for the average number of subscriptions on all platforms. As for the plot, from the beginning of the Holy Ground until now, Chu Feng is young and frivolous, laughing and joking around. Next, the big waves are about to begin. Last time, I reminded everyone to fasten their seatbelts. This time, I'll remind everyone again. There will be smiles, emotions, and a very, very intense plot. It's time to set off. Finally, I wish everyone a happy new year. Thank you for your support of the Holy Ground over the past year. Chapter 853. What happened to the king's return? All the vital planets in the universe were in an uproar. The evolvers of every race simply couldn't believe it as they stared at the photon computer. What was being broadcasted now? Those experienced and famous commentators were talking about a miserable competition? What on earth was going on? For a moment, the evolvers of every race in the universe were dumbfounded. They didn't understand at all. In particular, all the major races were looking forward to their Chilean children blossoming with resplendent light. In the end, what had they waited for? At this moment, some old monsters were preparing thousand-year-old wine in their clans. Delicacies were laid out on the table as they faced the photon computer and sipped on it. They wanted to see their race's proud sons of heaven return and suppress the heroes. However, the report from the front lines was so sudden that it petrified them. They froze in place with dumbfounded expressions. Where was the promised king's divine ring? They were supposed to hold the line and become the strongest, looking down on their peers in the universe. In the end, they had all become a group of idiots. Boundless deity, you're pissing me off. Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha, golden bodhisattva. Damn you, where's our Arhut? In some places, many old fellows were usually as steady as a boulder and as quiet as a pine tree. But now, all of them were stamping their feet with blue veins popping out on their foreheads. The children serving them were dumbstruck. They realized that in the eyes of these old monsters, boundless deity and Amitabha were practically the same as their pet phrases. Afterward, the group of children were frightened and couldn't help but chant the mantra. Their voices were young and tender, carrying a slight tremble. Boundless deity, Amitabha Buddha. Everyone in the universe was dazed as if they had drunk too much. They were dizzy and simply couldn't believe the live broadcast in front of them. Something like this happened? A group of geniuses were slaughtered? They weren't completely slaughtered, but a portion of their remnant souls came back. What a pity. Those old monsters were so happy and calm before, but now they're stamping with rage and trembling all over. Heavens, it's really become a miserable competition. Damning Pure Land is so chaotic. They're about to fight. Oh my, how's Taoist Jean Lin doing? There were many discussions in the starry skies like boiling water. The clamor was like a nuclear weapon being thrown into the originally expectant lake, triggering a powerful earthquake and a mushroom cloud that covered the sun. At this moment, Damning Pure Land was really in a foul atmosphere and a mess. Near the shrine, there was a sea of people. There were simply too many guests from all over. There were older generation figures, universe-level geniuses who received golden invitations, and also outstanding young men and women who came with their elders to watch the ceremony. At this time, they were all quite shocked. Brother, pinch me. Did I hear wrongly? The so-called strongest prodigies in the universe have all become idiots? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. No one thinks you're mute. What idiot? It's just that the amount of soul light that came back is a bit less, that's all. He's at most an idiot now. Fellow Taoist, your younger sister is right. The so-called infatuation and stupidity are pretty much the same. Brother Luo, don't you want to live anymore? Aren't you rubbing salt in the wounds of the strongest clans? Don't you see those old monsters' eyes are red? They want to bite whoever they catch. Moreover, these great clans are extremely powerful. Perhaps they have divine soul medicines that can help them recover. They shouldn't be completely demented. Outside the shrine, a group of youngsters were chatting without restraint. They were completely unrestrained. Inside the shrine, a group of old monsters was stomping their feet. Their lips had turned purple, and their eyes had already turned green. They wanted to fight with their lives on the line when they looked at everyone. Of course, the calm ones among them were still trying to save their race's proud sons of heaven. Child, wake up. Don't be so stupid. The elder of the purple cloud Taoist body was pouring soul medicines into his mouth. He wanted nothing more than to recover immediately. Now, forget about returning with glory and being number one in the world. It was fine as long as he could return to normal and not become a fool. The elder of the superfluous combat physique also growled. My race's divine son, you've already been thinking for more than a year. You're clearly a heaven-bestowed genius. You once asked 3 questions. Who am I? Where do I come from? Where do I go? You pointed directly to the essence of the great Tao and made people of my generation sigh in admiration. You're indeed a hero rarely seen in a universe with such aptitude. What's going on today? Is the heavens jealous of a hero? Those old monsters among the guests who had nothing to do with them secretly rolled their eyes after hearing this. They really wanted to say that those 3 questions of the great Tao had only suppressed everyone in the beginning. Now it seemed that it was clearly the divine son of their race who had become stupid and was trying hard to recall himself. But no one dared to say it. If anyone dared to mention it, it was guaranteed that a bloody battle would break out. Young Buddha, this is the Amitabha scripture. Come and recite it once, and see if you can recover your soul light. An old monk pulled Shi Hong and made him recite the ancient Amitabha scripture. Why can Shi Hong still recite scriptures, but my race's combat physique can't? The elder of the superfluous combat physique's eyes were scarlet as he stared at the Buddhist race's side. The old monk turned hostile and said, Amitabha Buddha, damn you, can't you see? My race's guardian Vajrashur, Wu can't recite scriptures either. He's dumbstruck now and is even more miserable than your race's divine son. Wah! A loud wail came from the other side. The old monster from the corpse race emitted wisps of inchi all over his body. His eyes were glossy green like a hungry wolf, and even his wail was so unpleasant to hear and terrifying. He yelled, why? Your race's divine son, combat physique, and young Buddha all have spiritual consciousness? Why is my family's Qilin son so miserable? He can't move at all and has no reaction at all. Where's his soul light? Even his remnant soul didn't escape back. Heavens, are you jealous of a hero? Deity's descendant, why are you like this? Their corpse race's body was originally ice cold and didn't have any warmth to speak of. But now, why is the genius from my deity race's ancestral land also like this? His whole body is ice cold. Luo Shurong, emissary, what's wrong with you? The heavens are unfair. The people from the deity race were also wailing in grief as they compared themselves to those from the corpse race. Nonsense. How are my corpse race's people ice cold? Their own blood is exuberant. The old man from the corpse race refuted. How tragic. My race's Tao child Jean Lin's rare material has been lost. This is something we've accumulated for tens of thousands of years. We've kept it all the way until this generation to give it to our race's Tao child to use, but it's actually lost. My white phoenix race's young master brought a ball of true phoenix soul blood with her before she left. Unexpectedly, it's gone and hasn't returned. A group of people near the shrine were speechless. This place had really become a competition of wretchedness. Each and every one of those old monsters was mad with hatred, and veins popped up on their faces. As they narrated, everyone was alarmed and jumpy. These clans had deep foundations, and those proud sons of theirs all carried rare treasures and great killing weapons on them. They had suffered disastrous losses. Even Chu Feng was speechless. He seemed to have missed something. When he killed the white phoenix race's young master back then, he didn't search carefully. As it turned out, there was still a ball of phoenix soul blood. He reckoned it was only Yin blood, so he wouldn't regret it for a lifetime. Ladies and gentlemen, evolvers and friends from various vital planets in the universe. Hello, I'm Lung Wu Chang from the Black Blood platform. I'm risking my life to broadcast for you at the forefront. The major clans are really miserable. These old monsters are going crazy, and the wretchedness competition is in progress. As you can see, their eyes are all red and they want to kill at any moment. I'm standing so close to the front and using my life to broadcast for you. While the Black Blood platform was broadcasting, The commentator would occasionally say a few stirring words to show off his achievements. Then, he suffered a tragedy. He was really smashed by a slap. Fortunately, the celestial eye was sturdy and couldn't be destroyed unless one was a saint. He escaped this calamity. The old monster from the Black Blood platform hurriedly went forward to block him. He roared angrily and changed the announcer. Ladies and gentlemen, the wretchedness competition is now reaching its climax. Do you see it? My colleague has been smashed to death. This is using his life as a sacrifice. The risk is too great. All right, the live broadcast continues. After the first tragedy of the quasi-saint race, the second tragedy is the death of the corpse race's Chilan child. The third tragedy is the Buddha child going crazy. The wretchedness competition was in full swing and shook the entire universe. Evolvers everywhere felt that it was too crazy. After that, it was unknown who in damning Pure Land suddenly started to pay attention to Chu Feng because it seemed that he was the last one to return. Wu Luanhui, the true king, has returned. He's the number one person in this generation in the universe. There was a young girl with her hands clasped over her heart with an excited expression on her face. In a split second, everyone came back to their senses. This was a fact. Wu Luanhui could be considered the true final king. The main souls of the other people who were favored had all been killed, especially when they thought about how a god had specially come for him not too long ago. This was simply shocking everyone. It was too shocking. In a split second, everyone looked at Chu Feng with different gazes. This was the final victor, the strongest voice of the universe's younger generation. A god. What did he call himself? A martial god. He once risked his life to find Wu Luanhui to settle the score. It can be seen how much of a storm Wu Luanhui stirred up in that world. He killed the martial god's descendant and definitely did other big things. He's really a young hero. Someone sighed. When a group of youths looked at Chu Feng, they all revealed astonished expressions. There were even many genius young girls in the universe who had charming smiles on their faces as they greeted Wu Luanhui with peculiar expressions. Oh no! The Black Blood platform's commentator also realized that something was wrong. He didn't pay enough attention to Wu Luanhui earlier and didn't even aim his heavenly eye at him. The Origin Beast platform's commentator had an excited expression on his face. He had long since stood in front of Wu Luanhui and carried out all kinds of live broadcasts. There is no doubt that Wu Luanhui's face was known throughout the entire universe after this day. Everyone saw this beautiful and slightly inexperienced face. He looked to be 14 or 15 years old. His face was exquisite and handsome, surpassing many girls, especially his pair of eyes that were as pure as crystals, clear and flawless. He looked incomparably pure. It was precisely such a youth who came out on top and became the strongest voice among his peers. He was the true king's return. Everyone, please remember that this is King Luanhui, Wu Luanhui. Back then, he fought Demon King Chu Feng inextricably. Now, he should be far superior to Demon King Chu. Someone from the Black Blood platform came over to join in the fun and introduced with passion. What does Chu Feng have to compare with Wu Luanhui now? They can't be mentioned in the same breath. Now, one is in the sky and the other is on the ground. An old woman from damning Pure Land smiled. At this time, the old monster from the corpse race noticed Wu Luanhui outside the shrine. His eyes were green and terrifying when he saw him. He shouted, "Wu Luanhui, why did you come back in one piece while my race's Chilan child died in a foreign land?" Outside the shrine, Chu Feng was stunned and rather loathed him. In reality, the others were also speechless. Earlier, the old monster from the corpse race had a proud appearance and was fearless. He had once patted Chu Feng's shoulder in public and said that he wasn't bad. The implication behind his words was that he was far inferior to the corpse race's Chilan child. But now, the corpse race's Chilan child had really become a corpse while Wu Luanhui had truly risen. A group of people were watching the show. They felt that the corpse race was too ostentatious before, and now they had lost all face. They had become one of the most miserable people in the assembly. Old monster, don't make wild guesses. Someone couldn't continue watching and said this. However, murderous intent soared in the shrine. The people from the other races, including the Tao race, the golden heavenly spider, and the superfluous combat physique, all had chilly gazes as they looked over to this side and stared at Wu Luanhui. Even that old monk from the Buddhist race, who paid particular attention to worldly affairs, had a terrifying gaze as he locked on a Chu Feng. Chu Feng was sick and tired in his heart. This group of old monsters wanted to shamelessly implicate him. Fortunately, he was the one who did it. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been wrongly accused to death? For a moment, all the heavenly eyes were aimed at him. At this moment, Wu Luanhui had an innocent expression on his face. His young and beautiful face was full of puzzlement. At the same time, his eyes were pure and flawless without a trace of ripples. The eyes were the window to the soul, as if they could see the bottom of his heart. He gave people a feeling that he was too pure. Seniors, I don't understand what you mean. I'm also very sad that these Tao brothers had an accident. Brat, come over here. The old monster from the corpse race spread open his arms. A large pitch-black hand that was as big as a dustpan stretched out with a rumble. It brought along astonishing energy waves, and the void was trembling. Cracks were about to appear. Inchi overflowed into the sky, as if a malicious spirit had come into being. However, Wu Luanhui's expression didn't change in the slightest. He stood there calmly and suddenly raised his hand to slap over. It was simple and direct. Bang! After that, the old monster from the corpse race, who was at the perfect golden body realm, coughed up a large mouthful of blood the next moment. He staggered backward and almost flew horizontally as the yin qi around his body boiled. As for the group of people in the surroundings, they all felt a pressure as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. That frail youth was like an ancient divine mountain that had awakened. He was also like a humanoid immortal beast that was suffused with blood qi. It was too terrifying. Rip, this wasn't the end yet. The yang qi that Chu Feng leaked was like raging flames that burned the void. It made the old monster from the corpse race turn deathly pale as he quickly ran toward the depths of the shrine with a horrified expression on his face. This kind of yang qi was a natural restraint on the corpse race. It made him feel absolutely horrified. If he was really engulfed inside, he would definitely be crippled. Even so, the yin qi emitted from his body was burned cleanly. His golden body-level energy was completely disintegrated and dissipated into nothingness. Everyone in the vicinity trembled. It was mainly because Wu Luanhui looked pure and frail, but the blood qi that pervaded the air simply overflowed as he stood there without moving. It pressed down on the entire void and intimidated people's spirits and souls. No matter who it was, the experts from all sides were scared and couldn't help but tremble. It was as if they were looking at a young divine king standing on the spot. His style was outstanding, and he was extremely powerful and invincible. Chu Feng walked into the shrine in strides. Immediately, the old monster from the corpse race was terrified as he continuously retreated. The heavenly eyes of every major platform were all aimed at the shrine as they closely broadcasted Wu Luanhui's current style. No one expected Wu Luanhui to not be overbearing and aggressive. Instead, he was very amiable as he sighed and said, "Seniors, I understand your feelings, but your Tao brother's misfortune has nothing to do with me. It's not like I killed them. Generations of people of the same generation competed against each other. In the end, regardless of whether they lived or died, wouldn't they all turn into soul reign and return? I think the gods of that world definitely made a move. For example, that person just now, only he has that kind of ability to make us stay behind. It could be said that the martial god carried this blame calmly and helplessly as he was ruthlessly pinned on by Chu Feng." Wu Luanhui was calm and unhurried as he said a lot of things here to console the old monsters of the few races. He was fairly frank and immediately moved many people. Even if there were some old monsters in the Divine Hall who were still hostile toward him, and they hated him for being able to survive while the Qilin children of their own race had died tragically, they didn't dare to say anything now. Everyone realized that this Wu Luanhui was terrifyingly powerful and could possibly step into the quasi-saint domain at any time. How old was he? He looked like he was 14 or 15 years old. This was really too heaven-defying. For a moment, whether it was the old fellows from the damn Pure Land or the quasi-saint race, their eyes emitted divine light as they recognized Chu Feng as a good match for the saintess of their race. The eyes of the two clansmen collided, and sparks immediately splashed in all directions as they decided to fight over it. Senior, I see that Taoist Jinlin is especially amiable. This comes from the soul. I think we definitely fought shoulder to shoulder in the foreign realm before. Chu Feng arrived at the Dao race's side and said seriously. In reality, he obviously looked amiable. Snatching the world's rare material from Jin Lin's hands was too beneficial for him. If he had the chance to go to the Yang realm in the future, it could help him cultivate a few of the strongest, wonderful techniques in the Yang realm. This was the strongest foundation. Jin Lin also raised his head when he saw Chu Feng. There weren't many remnant souls that came back, but they were at least stronger than superfluous combat physique and the others. They could still open their mouths and speak, but their reactions were slightly slower. Strange. Looking at you, my soul light is also heating up. I have a good impression of you, said Taoist Jin Lin. Chu Feng was stunned. This was practically a god-level assist. Very soon, he realized why it was like this. It was because Jin Lin had absorbed the other party's world's rare material, so he should have a good impression of that kind of thing. However, he wasn't worried. The yellow-furred fox had taught him a way to conceal himself, so he wasn't afraid of the Dao race searching for him. Chu Feng said with a stern expression, "Oh, I seem to have some vague memories. We were chased by the martial god's descendants in that world. After that, Taoist brother met with misfortune. I went into hibernation and used several decades to finally kill the martial god's descendants to avenge my brother. Unfortunately, it's too vague, so I can't remember. That's all. This should be like this. Didn't the martial god kill his way over just now? I think Taoist, young Buddha, and the others should have encountered the god lineage's pursuit in that world. Wu Luanhui is truly supremely righteous. He fought for several decades. He's truly loyal." Outside the shrine, someone sighed emotionally and made this kind of deduction. After that, Chu Feng arrived in front of superfluous combat physique, Shi Wu, purple cloud Taoist body, and the others. He also said, "I see that you Taoist brothers are also very amiable. We must be good brothers who went through life and death together in that world." These few people were currently in a foolish state. They were somewhat inferior to Jin Lin, the golden heavenly spider, and the winged godhead, so they naturally wouldn't refute him. They looked dumbfounded. At this moment, the people of the Black Blood platform were stirring up emotions to make up for their previous mistakes. Because they didn't pay enough attention to Wu Luanhui in the beginning, they didn't even aim their heavenly eyes at him. Now, the people of the Black Blood platform were exaggerating intensely. That new commentator was full of emotions as he said, "Supremely righteous King Luanhui lives up to his reputation. Why did the martial god kill his way over? Wu Luanhui is taking revenge on the geniuses of our world and drawing the pursuit. Wu Luanhui, Jin Lin, superfluous combat physique, Shi Hong, the corpse race's divine son, Yin Luo, and the others must have supported each other and fought together. In the end, they were killed one by one. Only Wu Luanhui persisted. He's loyal enough to take revenge for them. I can't describe the exquisite brotherly affection, but I can imagine it. It's really too touching." This was a live broadcast to every corner of the universe. In just a split second, all kinds of praises regarding the supremely righteous King Luanhui spread to every corner of the Starry Sea. It couldn't be said that it was deeply rooted in people's hearts, but it almost made people have a strong first impression. Chapter 854. At this moment, everyone in the universe knew that there was a youth called Wu Luanhui, the supremely righteous Luanhui king. The key was that the commotion in damning Pure Land this time was too great. It affected the hearts of the evolvers from every race in the starry skies, especially at the last moment. They all wanted to see who was the strongest and who had the last laugh. Now, everyone saw that it was actually Wu Luanhui, such a delicate and pretty youth. Supremely righteous Luanhui king. The little Taoist was also mumbling in Qin Luoyin's stomach. After that, he started to cry out in pain and said, "Ouch, I sprained my old waist. Is this grandpa going to die from laughter?" He supported his small waist and really couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to spit at his father. How could this be possible? His memories were still preserved, and he clearly knew what happened in the other world. Wasn't the main soul light of these people eliminated by his father? In the end, he was calling his father brothers and saying that his father's supremely righteous Luanhui king was such a disgraceful father. Ouch, my old waist really hurts. At the same time, I need to feel sorry for the corpse race and Tao race for 3 seconds. The little Taoist was convinced. This heartless father eliminated a group of enemies and was still so sought after coming back. There really wasn't anyone else who was too thick-skinned. This father is really deceitful. He lacks too much morality and is truly insincere. Why is he even worse than me in my previous life? He muttered to himself as he compared and reflected on himself. After that, the little Taoist was suspicious. Could it be that he was reincarnated as this father's son because his temperament and character were similar? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible and somewhat reasonable. This might be the so-called, if you weren't from the same family, you wouldn't enter through the same door. The little Taoist's teeth hurt because his current ability was very strong. He could see Chu Feng's appearance, and the more he looked, the stranger he felt. That was because this father of his was too delicate and pretty. Now, not to mention outsiders, even he felt that this father was a good person. With such a clear pair of eyes that were as flawless as crystals, one could tell at a glance that he was a typical, simple-minded youth and even a little silly and adorable. Amazing, this is returning to one's natural state. Filthy and dark to the extreme, yet pure instead. This realm isn't something an ordinary person can achieve. I could only compete with him when I was at my peak state in my previous life, as expected of the person who can be my father. The little Taoist comments were actually quite emotional here, and they even appreciated each other's talents. Then, he felt his body rumble, his head trembling, a wave of great pain. This was a slap from his mother, directly beating him. What's going on with this mother? Didn't they say that people who aren't part of the same family don't enter the same house? Could it be that she still hasn't discovered how two-faced she is? The little Taoist expressed his doubts. Then, he was slapped a few more times. Right now, everyone in the universe was paying close attention to Damling Pure Land. All of them were watching the live stream on every major platform. Inside the Divine Hall, Wu Luanhui's small face was pure and pure. His eyes were the window to one's soul as they were sparkling and translucent. His words were gentle here as he softly consoled the troops of the few races. Brother Jean Lin, I believe that you will recover very soon. When the time comes, we will explore the various forbidden areas of the universe together. You and I were fated in another world, and we will definitely be fated in our own universe. Wu Luanhui had a serious look on his face. He was eyeing the Tao race's heaven and earth rare treasure. What if he could still take one out? He didn't feel guilty at all because these people wanted to kill him. Furthermore, they despicably joined hands to ambush him. If he wasn't strong enough, he would have been killed by this group of people. After that, he walked to the next place and looked at Shihong. Young Buddha, look at the golden light lingering around your entire body. It's as though you're the reincarnation of a Buddha. I can tell that you're a person with great wisdom at a glance. I believe that you can get better very quickly and reproduce the elegant demeanor of one of the best heaven's favored ones in the universe. After that, he went to exaggerate superfluous combat physique and said, superfluous combat physique's name shakes the world. I always feel that Tao brother was very tragic in the other world. You paid the price for our escape. We should remember your kindness. When Chu Feng arrived in front of the corpse race and saw Yin Luo, he also had a slight headache because he had thoroughly gotten rid of this lord. The corporeal body of the corpse race's divine child should exist forever. Perhaps one day, his corporeal body can communicate with the spirit and regain spiritual wisdom. He will be like the first-generation corpse race's primogenitor with unfathomable divine might, and will certainly become the corpse race's Qilin child. At the side, the old monster from the corpse race was rather speechless when he heard this. He didn't say much about their race's Qilin child, but in the end, he became a dead child. Now that he heard the words Qilin child, again, it was really more ear-piercing. He really wanted to slap Chu Feng to death, but he didn't dare to act recklessly now. He had already experienced Wu Luanhui's strength just now. It was too terrifying. Even someone as powerful as him, who was at the level of the perfect golden body realm, wasn't Wu Luanhui's match at all. If he really attacked again, he reckoned that he would either be blown up by the other party's fist or be burned alive by the other party's yang qi. When Chu Feng walked in front of Luo Shurong, he felt another toothache. It was another person who had been thoroughly gotten rid of by him. Brother, with the aptitude of celestial god, perhaps your divine soul won't be extinguished and you can still be resurrected in the future. He continued to walk like this. His tone was gentle as he revealed a sympathetic and calm expression. He consoled each race and said good things. Not bad. This child isn't old, but he's neither arrogant nor rash. He's very calm. He should be considered to be the final return of a king, but he doesn't have a trace of arrogance. He's truly a Qilin child. In the distance, an old monster who had nothing to do with this matter sighed in admiration. He recognized Wu Luanhui very much. Even though he was praised, Chu Feng still felt a toothache after he heard it. He was rather sensitive to terms like Qilin child and Qilin child because he always heard the corpse race say it before. Heroes come from the youth. It's truly the strongest voice of this generation in the universe. King Luanhui's reputation is well-deserved. Another old monster nodded and said with a smile, as for the group of youngsters, there was no need to talk about it. When all was said and done, the strong were respected in the evolutionary world. This time, Wu Luanhui became the final king. Moreover, he displayed extraordinary strength just now and could easily suppress the old monster of the corpse race. This made them all shocked, as expected of the Luanhui king. His strength is unfathomable. He could fight evenly with the great demon king Chu Feng back then. Now, he's even more invincible. Sai, how old is he? He's only 14 or 15 years old, but it's possible for him to become the #1 expert of the young generation. He's truly world-shocking. As for the group of female geniuses, there was no need to talk about it. Some of the young girls were giggling and teasing each other. They waved at Wu Luanhui and took the initiative to tease him. Everyone, do you see this? This is the supremely righteous Wu Luanhui. His style is outstanding, and he's a young hero who has convinced everyone from the Tao race, the Buddhist race, and the corpse race. The people from the Black Blood platform were reporting. They still looked impassioned, and it could also be considered a very positive promotion of Chu Feng. After that, the Origin Beast platform and the others were unwilling to fall behind. They spoke one after another and embellished the situation to the extreme. Supremely righteous Wu Luanhui, everyone, do you see this? This is a youth who dared to kill the descendant of a god. He made the foreign martial gods angry and set off a monstrous storm. Now that the king has returned, he has convinced every race. At this moment, the corpse race, the white phoenix race, the Tao race, the golden heavenly spider race, and the other old monsters in the shrine had gloomy expressions. What the F***CK did he mean by convinced? Their own divine son had died. They had as much resentment in their hearts. They wished they could slap Wu Luanhui to death immediately. How could they be convinced? If Wu Luanhui wasn't strong enough, there would have been people among them who wanted to make a move again. They were completely subdued by Wu Luanhui's martial strength. Not bad. The supremely righteous Wu Luanhui is really a bright and brilliant young hero. Many people chimed in one after another. Many people in every part of the universe were praising him. It was as if they could see a king's star rising slowly and illuminating the entire universe's void. Earth Mount Eternal. Roar ha! This was the Manchurian tiger roaring and then laughing heartily. Moo! The big black yak's four hooves faced the sky as he lay there drinking wine. He was laughing like a flower branch. His black belly was trembling. Hee-haw! Hee-haw! Grandpa Donkey is dying from laughter. This group of old monsters pinched their noses and listened to people praise Wu Luan Hui over there. Supremely righteous Wu Luan Hui, and naturally knew what was going on. A group of great demons more or less brought back some memories. After that, they pieced together the things they remembered and could more or less restore all kinds of truths. As a result, they were dumbstruck as they looked at Chu Feng pretending over there while looking at the other parties acting over there. Their faces really twitched incessantly, and the wine in their mouths sprayed out nonstop. At this moment, the old monsters of damning Pure Land were incomparably distressed. How were they going to settle this matter this time? Even though all the details had been publicized, it was too miserable to let the outstanding talents of a few great races encounter accidents after all. Of course, there was an even more pressing matter at the moment. It was extremely important, and that was the bride kidnapping. They had to make Wu Luan Hui stay and not let the quasi-immortal race snatch him away. Fortunately, they had long since spread the news that if the damning Pure Land Saintess were to choose a Tao companion, she would choose the strongest person who participated in this trial. Everyone, we have something to announce here. It's about Wu Luan Hui's final. An old woman from damning Pure Land was rather decisive. She wanted to announce it in front of everyone right away and settle the matter first before anything else. However, at this moment, a clear and melodious voice of a child rang out from afar. A silver-haired little Lolita skipped over. She was a beautiful mess, and a sweet smile hung on her little face as she shouted, "Brother-in-law, Mother asterisk her." The face of the old woman from damning Pure Land immediately darkened and her body stiffened. She looked toward the quasi-immortal race and just happened to see an old monster squinting his eyes with a smile on his face. The old woman from damning Pure Land immediately knew that this old fellow was playing a dirty trick. Was he trying to create a fait accompli? She felt that it was too shameful and too despicable. Previously, the quasi-immortal race refused to admit it no matter what and directly didn't approve of it. Now, they actually instructed this little Lolita to call him brother-in-law. She felt that this old monster was too shameless. Oh my, what kind of situation is this? My heart is about to break. They are really Tao companions. A few youngsters at the side shouted loudly as they clutched their chests. Ingwoody was also clutching his chest. He felt as though his heart was aching, as though it was a child clutching his heart. His complexion turned pale before turning black again. Yes, this little girl must be joking. Wu Luan Hui is the Tao companion of our damning Pure Land Saintess. At this moment, the old woman was rather decisive as she announced this in front of everyone. Oh my, someone accidentally bit his own tongue. He simply didn't dare to believe his own ears. Did damning Pure Land also want to snatch Wu Luan Hui? The key was that the quasi-immortal race had already made their move. In the end, damning Pure Land didn't avoid it and directly joined in. Both parties wanted to kidnap the bride. Chapter 855. Oh my God, this is a reversal of the gods. Everyone, did you hear that? Two races are fighting over a bride for their respective goddesses. My heart hurts so much. The Black Blood Platform's commentator learned from Ingwoody. He looked as though he was holding his heart in his hands and kept on shouting that his heart hurt. The Origin Beast Platform's commentator also shouted, "This an illusory scene has appeared at the scene." I might have seen or heard wrongly. The damning Pure Land and the quasi-mortal race are looking for a bride at the same time, and they've all recognized Wu Luan Hui. For a moment, the universe's starry skies were shaken. The influence of the live broadcast from several platforms was enormous and boundless. It alarmed many evolvers who were paying attention to the damning Pure Land. Some people were completely petrified and dumbfounded. They stared at the photon computer and felt that it was a bit fake no matter what. Was this real? The Black Blood platform's commentator was very exaggerated as he said, "Everyone, I'm at the forefront of the scene. Not only is Wu Luanhui the final ultimate king, but it looks like he also won the beauty. Two powerful races have all recognized him. To speak the truth, I want to die. Qin Luoyin is the goddess of my dreams." Everywhere in the universe was completely shaken. Many people were roused. Wait a minute, I've drunk too much. What did that monkey-like commentator from the Black Blood platform say just now? Is he sick in the head? A super famous character from a certain race stared at the photon computer while drinking wine. He was still watching the tragedies of the various races in the damning Pure Land. He squinted his eyes and smiled as though it didn't concern him. But now, he was roused from his drunkenness. His expression changed abruptly as he slapped the table and stood up. Our race has long since reserved the wife of the quasi-immortal race. We still want to unite by marriage. Ouch! My heart is splitting open. It hurts so much. My goddess, my fairy. Why do they have to marry the same person? Are they going to stage a show of two women fighting for a husband? Some young people beat their chests and stamped their feet. It looked like if Lun Hui was in front of them, they would fight first regardless of whether he could win or not. Some young people with intense reactions even raised their blades. They wanted nothing more than to kill their way to the damning Pure Land and have a decisive battle with Wu Luanhui. Even the damning Pure Land, there were people with snow-white faces who couldn't accept this. For example, Ing Wudi was covering his chest and whispering, "How can my sister marry this immature brat? Moreover, I feel irritated when I see him." Why? Ing Wudi asked himself over there. Chu Feng could see everything clearly. He was standing in the palace hall, sizing up the people outside. He was furious. This brother-in-law of his was innately at odds with him. What is love in this world? It makes one devote their lives to it. There were also scholars who sighed towards the heavens, putting on a depressed appearance. It was as if there was nothing left to live for. Of course, there was no lack of people who hated Wu Luanhui. Chu Feng really wanted to say, "What does this have to do with me?" They hadn't even truly become Tao companions yet, but he already felt a chill run down his spine. The group of youngsters were like hungry wolves, their eyes all green as they stared at him. Why? I suddenly feel that the great demon Chu Feng is very cute. He's 100 times better than this Wu Luanhui. Someone shouted in grief and indignation. That's right. Great demon Chu Feng has a true temperament and is a true hero. He sold so many divine sons and saintesses, but he didn't touch anyone. This Wu Luanhui is too hateful. Yes, great demon Chu Feng, where are you? Why don't you strike this Wu Luanhui to death? A group of youngsters cursed over there. Some people's voices reached Chu Feng's ears. Many of them were universal geniuses who had received golden invitations. Wu Luanhui felt a toothache. If it wasn't for maintaining his supremely righteous state, he really wanted to go over and beat them up one by one. He would sell those who should be sold and beat those who should be beaten up. The only thing that comforted Chu Feng was that the silver-haired little Lolita didn't care. She broke through the obstruction and entered the divine palace hall. She hugged Chu Feng's arm and called out sweetly, "Brother-in-law." The group of youngsters outside the palace hall clenched their fists tightly. Even a few old women from damning Pure Land had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt that the quasi-saint race was playing dirty. Cough. In the distance, Ing Wudi coughed. After that, a trace of indiscernible scarlet appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he quickly wiped it away. "Brother Ing, what's wrong? Your older sister is going to get married and has chosen a Tao companion. You should be happy. Why do I feel that your face is becoming darker and darker?" Princess Yuan Yuan of the Origin Demon race asked with a smile. "It's nothing. I'm very happy." Ing Wudi had to swallow his pride and bite the bullet. In the distance, the corner of Chu Feng's mouth twitched. This brother-in-law of his could really go against his conscience and speak. Fine, let him hold it in. "Little friend, what do you think?" In the divine palace, the corner of the Tao race's elder's mouth twitched. He originally wanted to propose marriage to the quasi-saint race on behalf of Taoist Jinlin. Yes, little friend, which one will you choose? The White Phoenix race's elder endured his grief. At this moment, he actually had the leisure to join in the chaos. He mocked Chu Feng and wanted to see how he would express his stance. When the time came to choose one, he would definitely hurt the other race's face. In a split second, regardless of whether it was the quasi-saint race or the Damung Pure Land, their expressions changed. They were in the midst of an intense battle and communication in the dark. No matter what choice they made, they couldn't openly tear each other apart. They had to be a little more harmonious, and the old monsters of the other races clearly didn't have good intentions. Quasi-saint race, you guys are too excessive. Could it be that you're bullying the weak? Do you think my damning Pure Land isn't a match for you? This was naturally a secret interrogation that couldn't be said in public. The quasi-saint race's elder wasn't anxious or impatient as he said, "How can that be? You guys have to know that my race's little princess, Ing Xiao Xiao, called Wu Luanhui brother-in-law long ago. Since the exiled immortal has already become Tao companions with him in another world, we naturally have to fulfill their wishes. Could it be that we want to break up a pair of lovebirds? On the contrary, why does your damning Pure Land have to interfere? You guys clearly didn't approve of Wu Luanhui earlier and denied it in public. My Damung Pure Land announced to the public a year ago that we're going to choose a Tao companion for the Saintess, and the candidate is the strongest person in this trial." A group of elders were fighting a war of words in secret. They immediately started to pinch each other, and each of them spoke of their own reasons. "Brother-in-law, you can't just eat the cake and not acknowledge it." The silver-haired little Lolita in the Divine Hall really had a big mouth. She dared to say anything and force him to abdicate here. This kind of words made her older sister want to beat her up. She was too hateful. Even the faces of a few quasi-saint races elders twitched. They really wanted to strangle her to death. Calling her brother-in-law was already bold enough, but how could she say such words? She didn't leave a way out at all. If Wu Luanhui and Ing Zhexian didn't become Tao companions in the end, how could the quasi-saint race endure it? The eyes of an old woman from Damung Pure Land were brilliant. She also threw caution to the wind. Seeing that the quasi-saint race didn't leave a way out, she was also very straightforward as she said, "Little Taoist Wu, since you've come to the trial, you should know our rules. The final victor will become Tao companions with our race's saintess." At this moment, Ing Zhexian was brought into the Divine Hall by an elder. She was cold and otherworldly. Her white clothes were pure and holy, and her fine black hair was like a waterfall. Her entire person was quick-witted and otherworldly. Qin Luoyin also came. She was dressed in splendid clothes and a brightly colored skirt. She was graceful and luxurious. She had a slender waist, long legs, and a swan-like neck. Her face was absolutely beautiful and carried the air of a goddess. She was calm and unperturbed. Both women were peerless beauties. Their faces were brilliant, and they reflected each other's splendor as though goddesses from the higher realm had descended to earth. "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze?" urged the silver-haired little Lolita. Ingwoody also came. He really couldn't bear it anymore, and he secretly threatened Chu Feng. He secretly transmitted his voice. "Wu Luanhui, I don't like the sight of you. It's best if you don't enter my Ing family's door." Chu Feng didn't pay attention to him. He stroked the silver-haired little Lolita's head and looked at the two women. The old man from the corpse race also sneered as he spoke at this moment. He wanted to see one of the two clans turn ugly. He even hoped that they would turn against each other. He fanned the flames and said, "Little friend, which one will you choose?" At this moment, whether it was inside or outside the Divine Hall, or the people watching the live broadcast, everyone quieted down. They stared at Wu Luanhui and wanted to see his final decision. Of course, many people were indignant in their hearts. These were two goddesses, but in the end, the two clans actually wanted to kidnap the bride. What kind of world was this? Chu Feng sighed softly. He didn't speak at first. He looked left and right before he finally said, "Must I choose? Of course, some old monsters urged one after another. Not to mention them and the people watching the live broadcast. Even Ing Jiaxian and Qin Luoyin themselves were staring at Chu Feng at this moment. They didn't care about anything else. They just wanted to see his true reaction and choice. After all, one of them was known as the banished fairy, while the other was viewed as a goddess by the youths of various clans. They were both proud and arrogant. They were very confident in themselves, and this was the first time they were being chosen. There was no doubt that the two of them had already forgotten their experiences in the foreign realm. They couldn't talk about feelings at this moment. Now, they were more focused on Chu Feng's attitude. When the two women looked at each other, it was no different from a battle to the two of them. It was a matter of charm and influence. Little friend, how will you choose? Hee. Some old monsters laughed maliciously. Brother-in-law. The silver-haired little Lolita shook Chu Feng's arm. Ouyang Feng shouted, "You've chosen the elder sister, and there's also a silver-haired Lolita. How obvious is this? You guys should also add another person to the dam on Pure Land." He was simply anxious to see the world in chaos. A group of people from the quasi-mortal race glared at him angrily. Ing Wudi even wanted to go over and fight him with his life on the line. He had an elder sister, and he even wanted to gift a younger sister. He really wanted to beat that black swan to death. All right then. Chu Feng raised his head and looked at Ing Zhixian from the quasi-mortal race, before looking at Qin Luoyin from the damning Pure Land. In the end, he sighed and said, "I hope that the races can live in harmony. Too many painful things have already happened today." When he said this, he looked at the old monsters from the corpse race with an incomparably sympathetic expression. He then looked at the Dao race, the golden heavenly spider race, and the white phoenix race with a comforting expression. This was simply provoking a group of old monsters who harbored malicious intentions just a moment ago and tearing at their scars again. So, it's better if I don't choose. If I choose one, I'll hurt another. The two races won't get along, and I don't want this to happen, said Chu Feng with a serious expression. The commentator from the Black Blood platform reacted quickly. He immediately slapped the table and stood up as he said loudly, "How righteous!" As expected of the Luanhui king, he can still consider things like this when facing two absolute beauties. He's supremely righteous. I don't want the two races to get along. Some people were indeed astonished in various parts of the universe. Many youngsters immediately revealed smiles and praised Wu Luanhui. In a split second, no one scolded him anymore, and everyone said he was good. This isn't good, right? The two races are already like this. If you reject them all, how will the two fairies face the people of the world in the future? Some old monsters were overbearing as they mentioned it once again and said that Chu Feng should make a choice. After that, there were even people who looked at the quasi-mortal race and the damning Pure Land. They said that since they both wanted to choose Wu Luanhui, then they should let him express his opinion. In reality, the two races were a little regretful. Now that they were forced into a corner, they were too decisive earlier and simply didn't have a way out. In the end, they all looked at Chu Feng and their intentions were very obvious. Since that's the case, Wu Luanhui opened his mouth and sighed softly. He looked like he didn't want things to get out of control and hoped for harmony. He was awe-inspiring as he said, "Then I'll choose both." F***CK. Ouyang Feng's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He really wanted to say that this was very Chu Feng. After holding in for so long, it turned out that he was pretending that he had no other choice and was brewing a big move. Chapter 856. The group of people near the shrine was quite shocked. Wu Luanhui's big eyes looked pure and immature, but in the end, he actually dared to say such things? Wasn't he too daring? Throughout the ages, there had never been a precedent of someone daring to marry the goddesses of both the Damung Pure Land and the quasi-immortal race. Now, Wu Luanhui was demanding an exorbitant price and actually dared to say such things. Many people thought that he was considering the harmony between the two races. Either he didn't marry or he married both of them so that one side wouldn't be embarrassed. But many people were still silently cursing Wu Luanhui for courting death. The reactions of the people watching the live broadcast from all over the universe were even more intense, especially the group of young people. They had already forgiven Chu Feng earlier and praised him greatly, but now they were unanimously hostile. Inside the shrine in the damning Pure Land, Ying Zhexian and Qin Luoyin didn't look too good. They had the beauty to topple cities, so their appearances were naturally impeccable. But now, their faces were slightly dark. Is it contagious to have a dark face? Yuan from the Origin Demon race muttered softly. She glanced at Ying Wudi and then at Ying Zhexian and Qin Luoyin, secretly amazed. In reality, Ying Zhexian and Qin Luoyin still hadn't expressed their stance. Ying Wudi, who was at the side, couldn't bear it anymore and really wanted to attack Chu Feng. With a bang, he was caught by an elder from the quasi-mortal race who told him to be quiet and not be impulsive. Little friend, you must be joking. How can the daughter of the quasi-mortal race marry the same person as her bosom friend? The quasi-mortal race elder said indifferently, but he was a little angry. The people from the damning Pure Land didn't look too good either. Wu Luanhui's words were too excessive, and they couldn't accept it. Throughout the ages, as long as someone married a quasi-mortal race princess or a damning Pure Land saintess, they would only have one Tao companion in their lifetime. It was impossible and not allowed to mess around. Brother-in-law, you can't abandon her after you've started, the silver-haired Lolita shouted and was still tugging on Chu Feng's arm. Xiao, come over here. Ying Wudi reprimanded her. After that, everyone saw Ying Zhexian and Qin Luoyin step forward. They looked at Chu Feng together with dissatisfaction on their slightly dark faces. Sai, when I saw the two of you, I suddenly recalled the days and nights, some of the things that happened on the other side. Chu Feng sighed. Then, he very naturally walked over and stood between the two of them. He stretched out his hand to touch the center of their brows, wanting to directly give them enlightenment and transfer part of their memories. And what do you want to do? The dark-faced Ying Wudi rushed over and directly stopped him. However, a blazing beam of light soared outside of Chu Feng's body. It was extremely resplendent and formed a light screen. All of a sudden, it struck Ying Wudi and made him fall back. This made many people fearful. This Wu Luanhui wasn't old, but his strength was truly unfathomable. Ying Wudi had come out of seclusion for a period of time, and everyone knew how formidable he was. He was at the perfected golden body realm. But he wasn't a match for Wu Luanhui here. The other party didn't even make a move, and he was already stopped. Little friend, what are you trying to do? The old monsters from the quasi-immortal race and damning Pure Land were shocked. A person's forehead was very fragile, and it was easy to penetrate one's divine soul. At this moment, Ying Zhexian and Qin Luoyin were both resisting. They had the demeanor of goddesses, so they naturally wouldn't let anyone touch their forehead so easily. This was too intimate. Believe me, I won't harm you, Chu Feng said calmly. His eyes conveyed sincere affection. He indeed wanted the two of them to recover their memories. Otherwise, today's matter would definitely be messed up, and it wouldn't end well in the end. If the two of them recovered, he would let them choose everything. Bang, bang. The two of them still exchanged blows with him for a short while. However, Chu Feng was really very terrifying now. After his soul light and physical body combined, his strength was tyrannical. Divine chains of order appeared outside his body to obstruct the two women. The strength of the two of them could be ranked in the top few in this generation of the universe, but in the end, they were calmly neutralized by Chu Feng. Chi! He pointed with his hand, and a beam of divine light submerged into the space between Ying Zhexian's eyebrows. After that, he nimbly retreated. Wu Luanhui, what did you do to my sister? Ying Wudi was furious. He was extremely worried as he rushed over again. After that, Chu Feng turned around like a golden rock spreading its wings. His entire body was covered in glaring light as he spun around and pounced toward Ying Wudi. No! The quasi-immortal race cried out in alarm. They thought that Chu Feng was going to attack Ying Wudi and wanted to stop him, but they discovered that they couldn't be faster than Wu Luanhui. They simply couldn't block him. Qi, Ing Wudi was suppressed by Chu Feng. Moreover, a beam of divine light submerged into the space between his eyebrows, which immediately made Ing Wudi cry out. After that, he was completely absent-minded, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. That was because the memories Chu Feng gave him were very simple. They were all scenes of him calling Chu Feng's brother-in-law and Ing Xiaoxiao affectionately calling Chu Feng brother-in-law. This was simply too stimulating. It made Ing Wudi want to vomit blood. After that, he really vomited. How? How could you be my brother-in-law? He shouted. In the surroundings, a group of people looked at him strangely. Of course, there were also a lot of people who suffered a blow. Could it be that in another world, Chu Feng and Ing Zhixian were really Dao companions? Chu Feng was rather decisive. He charged over and broke through Qin Luoyin's defense. He pointed a finger at her, and it was still considered as imparting some relevant memories to her. Of course, the time was short and didn't allow him to completely awaken all of these people's memories. He could only transmit some fragments of the past. Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin were slightly spellbound by the impact. For a moment, they stood on the spot in a daze. I don't believe it. Even the aloof Ing Zhixian's face turned slightly pale at this moment. Her soul light was trembling, and her heart wasn't calm. Even though she had a favorable impression of Wu Luanhui ever since she saw him, she still felt astonished now that she obtained a portion of his memories. Her soul was trembling slightly. Chu Feng went forward and said in a low voice, I can use the wonderful 7 treasures technique with you. As he spoke, he grabbed Qin Luoyin's snow-white, delicate hand. After that, the soul light between their arms fused together, making Ing Zhixian immediately realize that they could really use the wonderful 7 treasures technique. But outsiders couldn't see it. They only discovered that they were holding hands and were immediately dumbfounded. Miserable wails and howls came from the people watching the live broadcast. Many young men cursed Wu Luanhui, and there were also many young outstanding talents from damning Pure Land who had their hearts broken. Whoosh! The two of them separated and were both spellbound. What's going on? The quasi-immortal race's elder was shocked. Could it be that Wu Luanhui had really returned with a portion of his memories? This was really too astonishing. The few old women from damning Pure Land were also rather shocked. Throughout the generations, only an extremely small number of people could return with a portion of their memories. It seemed that this Wu Luanhui was very astonishing. At this moment, Qin Luoyin's face was pale. The impact she received was naturally extremely great. A portion of her memories had been activated, and the expression in her eyes as she looked at Chu Feng was incomparably complicated. It's fake, she muttered to herself softly. It's all real. Chu Feng fixed his gaze on her. Mother, everything is real. I'll enlighten you with the wisdom and thoroughly tell you all the truth, said the little Taoist. He was sometimes very similar to Chu Feng in that he didn't hesitate when he should be decisive. He took advantage of this opportunity to transmit a large portion of his memories over. Naturally, this consumed a lot of his energy. After all, he hadn't been born yet. This was also the reason why he didn't act blindly without thinking before and only narrated the truth verbally. For a moment, everyone felt astonished. They kept feeling that Wu Luanhui had used demonic arts and seriously affected Ing Zhixian and Qin Luoyin. Some of the old monsters in the shrine had chilly gazes as they stared at Chu Feng. The old monster from the corpse race opened his mouth and said, Little friend, you've returned with a portion of your memories. Can you let me take a look? I can't let you see. Everyone has their own secrets, but I can show you a portion of the scenes that I know, replied Chu Feng calmly. Little friend, this matter is of great importance. I want to know how an accident happened to the proud son of heaven for my race. You must let us see. The elder from the White Phoenix race was overbearing. I respect all of you seniors, but I, Wu Luanhui, am not someone who is afraid of trouble. Chu Feng replied coldly. Fellow Taoists, I think it's necessary to take him down and get to the bottom of this. Even the elder from the Tao race spoke solemnly. One had to know that these were several powerful races. There were 20 to 30 old monsters standing guard here. If they really made a move, they believed that Wu Luanhui would be taken down no matter how much of a genius he was. They were all people at the great perfection of the golden body realm and came from the strongest races in the universe, such as the Tao race, the Buddhist race, the corpse race, the white phoenix race, the golden heavenly spider, and the deity race. Ouyang Feng rushed into the shrine and shouted, "You're going too far. You should withdraw." I think these seniors are also confused because they're concerned. They're just anxious for a moment. "I'll deal with them," said Chu Feng calmly. He wasn't flustered in the face of danger and was calm and composed. This made the quasi-saint race and damning Pure Land's old monsters outside of the arena view him even more highly. In reality, Chu Feng was currently using Wu Luanhui's identity, so it wasn't appropriate for him to make a big fuss to avoid implicating related people. If it was Chu Feng's identity, he would have slapped some people to death a long time ago. Hee, Wu Luanhui, you're rather confident. Are you implying that you want to fight against us old men alone? Said the elder of the superfluous combat physique. I just want to talk to you guys. Chu Feng shook his head. Less nonsense. Come over. You must let us see your memories. The old monster from the corpse race was the first to make a move. He wasn't afraid at all because the people from the Buddhist race and the Tao race were all here. They would definitely follow and attack together. Then let me experience the ultimate arts of all of you seniors, said Chu Feng calmly. Bang! A great battle erupted in the shrine. In a split second, the golden heavenly spider spat out silk. The white phoenix spread its wings. The old ghost from the corpse race breathed in and out a monstrous black mist. And the perfected golden body cultivator from the Buddhist race chanted sutras and blasted out resplendent seals. For a moment, the energy in this place surged as if a pot was boiling. It was extremely terrifying. These people all had the possibility of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. When the strong joined forces, it was naturally astonishing. If it was in the past, the powerhouses of the younger generation wouldn't be able to defeat one of them even if they joined forces. But now, Chu Feng wasn't the same as before. His strength had increased explosively, and he became the strongest voice of this generation. Bang! He activated his lightning fist, and his entire body shone as he used the phoenix breathing technique. This was the Yang Realm Divine technique, and the incomplete breathing technique of the divine bird that young lady she had taught him. It was world-shaking as energy swept through this place. Indistinctly, divine chains of order interweaved as they rushed out from Chu Feng's body and swept in all directions. This shrine stood out from the masses as it was extremely sturdy. If not, it wouldn't have been able to withstand the power of the spatial whirlpool. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, the group of old men flew out horizontally as they were beaten by Chu Feng alone until all of them spat out blood. They crashed into the walls of the shrine, and all of them fell to the ground. Chu Feng, on the other hand, had the aptitude of a youth. His entire body was dazzling as he stood alone in the field. He was very calm and didn't appear to be in a sorry state. Seniors, I've offended you, he said calmly. If they were in the universe, these people would have already been hunted and sold by him. But it was different now as he was broadcasting live. After saying these words, Chu Feng walked straight out of the shrine and left after he greeted the people from the damning Pure Land and the quasi-saint race. Wu Luanhui left right away and left the damning Pure Land. Everyone was stunned. He left just like that? This fellow ran too fast and forgot to bring me along. Damn it, I still have to run away by myself. It wasn't suitable for the two of them to leave at the same time. In any case, I've already awakened part of their memories. I should leave, said Chu Feng softly. The domains of the damning Pure Land naturally couldn't stop him. In reality, no one activated the domains and let him leave. Chu Feng knew that the quasi-saint race and the damning Pure Land were too powerful. It was impossible for them to allow the so-called two women to marry the same man. He also didn't want them to be in a difficult situation, so he left by himself. Everything's outcome could be predicted. After that, Chu Feng didn't stop. Now that he was a domain grandmaster, no one could follow him as he walked through the mountains and rivers. Then, he entered a domain that could cross galaxies and left this planet. First, he found the stone box and diamond chakram in a certain starry sea. Then, he changed his identity and location several times. He crossed many teleportation domains and headed toward Earth. It didn't take long. In just a few days, Chu Feng rushed back to Earth and restored his true body. He returned to his home once again and completely relaxed. He immediately contacted the big black yak, the yellow cattle, the old donkey, and the others to ask where he was. "Let's go to Kunlun. We'll gather there. Princess Yao Yao will be there too," the big black yak told him. After that, Chu Feng rushed to Kunlun. He immediately felt very close to this group of great demons. Of course, he thought that this group of people had forgotten about the matter of the foreign realm. In reality, after these people pieced together their memories, they weren't much worse than him. Kunlun was verdant and verdant with dense spiritual energy. The silver waterfall was like a dragon. It was extremely magnificent. Not only did Yao Yao come out of seclusion, but Lady, she also ran over. Not bad. You're really not simple. In damning Pure Land, you actually hooked up with one and wanted to marry two fair, rich, and beautiful women. How fickle. Lady, she mocked him. Chu Feng patted his chest and said, "Am I that kind of person? Obviously not." "Oh right, Lady Shi, have you forgotten about your experience in the foreign realm? Actually, many things happened between us there. There were all kinds of entanglements. You might not remember, but you were very affectionate toward me at that time." Chu Feng's shameless boasting stunned Lady Shi. The group of great demons of Kunlun was also at a loss for words. They realized that this guy really thought they didn't know what happened in the foreign realm and was just talking nonsense. Then, Yao Yao came out of seclusion and walked over nimbly. She was truly peerless in style and was becoming more and more unfathomable like an empress. "Huh, not bad. You remember everything?" Yao Yao had a smile on her face. "Yao Yao, I'm really happy to be able to see you again. Did you know that the two of us went through life and death together in the foreign realm? We flew together and fought against the gods." Chu Feng opened his mouth and incessantly stirred up her emotions. His face was full of affection and he looked very excited. The big black yak was dumbstruck. He realized that this guy was out of luck. He actually dared to take the opportunity to flirt with Yao Yao. Did he really think Yao Yao didn't know about the foreign realm? Yellow Cattle covered one of his eyes with his hand and observed a moment of silence for Chu Feng. He also felt embarrassed for him. He was too shameless to actually flirt with Yao Yao here. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.